Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Where's my MacBook? What the fuck? I hear footsteps. I'm gonna have my shit pulled for the music I play. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. All right. We get some lights on. Turn on the boob tube. Yeah. Let's do this. Hi. How we doing? Hopefully you can hear me okay. Just go test the audio. How awesome would it be to have somebody moderating, producing, helping, pushing engagement, chatting with people so I can focus on what I'm doing and pinging me when I need to respond to something. That's a dream. That's a dream. I don't. Will I get there? I don't know. Anyway, what am I doing? I just woke up and I slept in. I slept into like 7:30 this morning. It's wild. You two sleepy bastards. What are you doing? Who's my baby? Clementine. Clementine. How you doing, you deaf baby? Oh, oh, that's Wincy. He's a baby too, and he can't have the treat. Oh, I wonder if it's healthy. We know you two are not healthy. You're both fucking psycho. We get that. I just woke up. I'm still. Let me take another drink of my Red Bull. Mm. Now I know it's like almost 9:30. I've been up for 2 hours, but I'm still tired. Like I work for an hour, take a shower, get dressed. Yeah, now I'm here. So yeah, like it's been a morning. So some exciting news. I'm excited that. Ooh. So some exciting news. I'm excited that. That's kind of cool. I'm able to quickly and easily. Yeah, that's nice. Quickly and easily monitor myself by going to YouTube on the Apple TV and just hitting my live stream and checking it out real quick. Sounds good. All right. CBS mornings. We like our CBS mornings. I do. I watch it every day for the most part anyway. I'm an idiot. I love Channel 12 News, CBS mornings. I'm financially I'm conservative, but ethically very liberal. So I'm a purple guy. I do think this administration is going to be great for business. Not going to lie. A business is going to be booming over the next 4 years. Things do tend to get tighter when Democrats are in office. Um, but again, this is my perspective. I'm just a I'm a high school dropout coming from a broken family, drug addict. Who the fuck am I? Who am I? I've actually had imposter syndrome, thinking I don't deserve to be on the platform I'm on, and being in this house, having this equipment, having people care for me and stick up for me. Like, I don't feel like I'm deserving of any of it. It's really hard. It's really hard to be in places when you don't feel like you should be there. I mean, that's a me problem. That's something I'm working on. Obviously, we're all worthy, and that's the broken part of it. I relate it to almost how females feel in sexism with the magazines and the portrayal of the female physique. Like, it's similar to that. I couldn't imagine what a female goes through and living that life. I mean, guys, we go through it too, right? I mean, we want to be attractive. We all have these demons, these things we can't control, these feelings of uncertainty and whatnot. But we are all worthy of it. But at the same time, it's hard to accept that. I don't know why. Wait a minute, there's some celestial thing getting ready to happen. Ugh. That's a good job for the operator in AI, right? Let's do this. Nasty flower. Mm.
One of President Trump's most controversial candidates has been confirmed. Vice President J.D. Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote. The nation expect that nomination has been funded by application of Senate. His nomination will affect the president's continued administration's agenda. Blake recognized he
I have multiple agents. So what I'm doing right now is I'm having ChatGPT help me build or guess put together the recipe for me to use an agent to automate some things. And I have a meeting with a photographer here shortly. And I'm going to talk to him about how I'm doing this and how I want Rigid Six Studios to kind of operate like this in our production company. Now, Terry has his own studio, from what I understand. And Terry has been doing commercial photography for a long time. Let's just put it that way. Got it. We'll focus on celestial events first and use your gear inventory to recommend the best kit to pack depending on the location. Here's the step-by-step plan. Review your inventory. I review the contents of your inventory file to identify the cameras, lenses, and other relevant gear you have for celestial photography. Daily event search. Set up an automated process to search for celestial events near Cincinnati, breaking them down by no light pollution, little light pollution, urban locations. Focus will be on photo-worthy celestial events, meteor showers, eclipses, planetary alignments, blah, 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 blah. Gear recommendations. Match your inventory to events requirements. For example, long exposure needs for meteor showers, wide-angle lenses for auroras, solar filters for daytime events like solar eclipses. Location list, including suggestion locations near Cincinnati with varying light pollution levels. Pack list for Tahoe. Tailor a suggested packing list based on the event type and location optimizing for mobility and effectiveness. Let me start extracting the camera and lens details from your inventory. Then I'll create a foundation for the event search and kit recommendations. Your inventory includes detailed information on your cameras and lenses. Here's a summary of what you have. I get it. Ideal for low light photography. We're not going to be doing photography with the A7S III. That's a video camera. The 12 megapixel sensor on that thing is great for low light, but not ideal for photography. The resolution on the images are, but great for like getting like recording me capturing the thing. So I need to give it some direction here, I believe. But anyway, let's move on. And again, if you're stopping by, what we're doing right now is we're creating an AI agent that's going to look around locally for celestial events. It's going to use my inventory of gear, and it's going to help me put together, like every morning I wake up, I'm going to have an email saying, here's what's coming up, or I guess I get alerted anytime there is a significant celestial event. However it's going to work, I don't know yet. We're building it. Anyway, how cool would it be if I'm just doing my day to day and I don't need to go plan for these things? I'm just living my life, and all of a sudden I get an email saying, hey, here's an event coming up, here's where you need to be, here's the kit you should take, load up the Tahoe on this date, and here's some locations around there. Here's an Airbnb that's close to it that would be great to set up as your spot. Like, this is how I see AI helping the individual. And this is at a personal brand level. What I'm doing for businesses with AI, I don't like, I would love to share that, but that I don't want to give away too much of my secret sauce just yet. You're getting some of it here in this little makeup of what I'm doing. But anyway, let's carry on. Lenses, 135 mil prime lens. Yes, great for isolating celestial objects. What about the 200 to 600? I think that would even be nicer. But anyway, I'm not using the Sony kit lens. I don't even know why I have that in the inventory. It is a tool. I got 2 of the kit lenses, and yeah, I thought about giving them away on a video, like, hey, giving away a kit lens here just for shits and giggles. Sony 90mm macro lens can be used for close-up detail. Yeah, I know what the lens is for. It's basically just telling me what my lenses are good for, which I know that. But what's best for the event coming up? That's what's important here. So it's this is what I call vomiting. AI will vomit on you shit you don't really fucking like. It's not even relevant to what. Yeah, I mean, it is relevant to some degree. It's to let me know what my lenses are, but I already know these. This is information that I know, but it's not helping the objective here. All right. Next, I'll draft a system to search for celestial events in your area and integrate your inventory to recommend the best gear for each event. This system will include location suggestions with varying levels of light pollution. Would you like me to prioritize automation or create a manual framework first? All right. Will this run daily and send me a notification of what it finds? Oh, Yeah. If we could put this in rigid sixes, site on SharePoint in a list, that would be great. Let's set it up. And that's another thing, guys. Check this out. We now have agents in SharePoint. Super cool. Super sick. Yeah, I need to jump on that meeting just in case he jumps on. Yeah.
Decades ago. But also because they cannot they know.
John Walsh is back in Salt Lake City in different ways. Sometimes offering a pie to his neighbors, sometimes offering his house as a cool shelter. 2 years ago. Their heaviest snowfall in 45 years. Neighborhood lights and remember. also a centralized power plant sends electricity to your home. If a tree goes alive in your neighborhood, or your plant faces extreme winter conditions, you could lose power. In this decentralized system, the batteries in these homes keep their power up. Plus, they're giving power back to the grid, sharing it with the entire community. It's known as a virtual power plant, or VPP. We see a benefit of any winter storm, any outage, any disruption in the power plant, or even any disruption in the transmission. Yeah, this is a new VPP model. They'll call those power companies doesn't rely as much on fossil. So this used to be a power plant, but now you only use it for emergency service. Yeah, emergency natural gas for peaking time periods, and for VPPs come in today.
That's awesome. Power efficiency, everybody. Power efficiency. All right. Let's go look at our thing here. Let's see what we have.
It's not just in terms of dollars. It's all about we'll see you Saturday morning.
Flying Spirit, that is not just your forecast, your another check. It's the updated dress code. CBS Saturday.
This weekend for just interest payments for 3 years. It's the truth. Get huge savings at the guaranteed lowest price. Like this transition session for this. For this $3 a month. No down payment. No minimum purchase. And no years. The triple love sale.
All right, let's do this. If we were to make this list any event coming up that we want to be able to consider, it could be sporting, it could be entertainment. Holy shit.
The fishermen put on their survival skins and use their emergency equipment. They say that when they get later, will show hope in their rescue. Spirit Airlines has rolled out
We're going to be playing in some Azure today. This is fun. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go to Portal. Nope, not HostGator. Got really bright in here. Sweet. Ooh, I like that. Okay.
Changes.
Amber and Michelle Tyson lived here as children and turned the family into a clinic in 1972.
And it came through the canyon, he had first jump from area to area buildings, rooftops, from
Starting when Tyson, pioneering old-fashioned auto, came from his uncle lived next door. So that's where, yeah, there's a really cool. Every one of his 4 children became physicians and returned to serve the underserved as he did.
what we thought was amazing. Beautiful view and
Shem did family medicine, brother Kevin, internist, even his sister's veterinary was here.
so basically you had veterinary clinics and healthcare.
Rehab, and then management.
Services. We met with your patient. I know
They keep coming.
that their healthcare clinic
They can direct some patients to adjusted their business model as the insurance industry changed the landscape. The type of trade,
the state has served the healthcare needs. You continue that. It's gonna be difficult. We're trying to put pieces together right now. It's part of the community needs care. Pasadena and Pasadena has been a beacon, a fixture for all the people here, and so we need to continue having care here. So we're trying to put pieces.
but these Tyson doctors know about their labor. 32 years ago,
We were even before in 93.
rebuilt.
Resilient for this family for a long time. Moment when Dr. Bertrand and their father died back in 1988. Now, some of his children were still doing their medical training. no one to take over. I have a classmate of his to take over. The two oldest children got their battle plan. It's just my father. Dr. It was literally, I'm just so proud that people believe in community and people help one another. How even, it happens in the history of your family and clan, and that's Dina in the Palisades, so many communities. Those rooms. It is interesting because it's so easy to put on celebrities or originated, and it's not to take away from their but it's how they are serving the community. People really need attention. It's always serve people who are challenged economically in that area. They still hold that great story. Thank you. A lot more straight ahead.
Temperatures today. Just for this time of year. So enjoy that change of pace. It's everywhere. The morning and the afternoon of the day, and it will also be a little sunny today.
They're so cute. That makes
Have you tried this to restart our fix? The intensity of the application is so potential. That's instead. Turn it down. Rest in peace.
That's what Dogtown's made with high protein and no fillers. Period at Dogtown. Eat lifestyle. Just okay? Is it okay? Trying to get it.
brand new stuff on your website that you guys get your first one with the deal for $700 off. We're gonna start with Victorion. Now
Hello.
Yeah, I got a question for you real quick.
Okay.
So I'm getting ready to get with Terry Campbell. We're going to have a talk today, and I was playing around with SharePoint and this new operator from OpenAI.
Yeah.
And what I'm thinking of doing is having the operator check daily, running a script where it checks daily for any celestial events or any business events that would be relevant for Icora, Rigid Six, or the Creative Tech, my three businesses. And I wanted to I created a list in my SharePoint site for Rigid Six called, photography event list. And for anything that it finds that's worthy of, like it's a celestial event, like the planets are aligning. Like that's what made me think of it when I saw that on the news this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, how can I have a system that notifies me so I don't have to watch the news? Like I get notified of these things. I have this operator working for me, checking daily for events coming out now up to the next 18 months. That way I have a list in chronological order. I can go through and see, okay, what do I want to put into my calendar? And I want this operator to check daily on all these different sites and to find these events. And it could also, I'm starting with Celestial, but then I kind of opened it up to all events. Like it could be a sporting event that I
Yeah.
might find.
Yeah, I have it look at all AI news that are relevant. Give me 5 a day.
Yeah. And so what I
Was the
wanted to,
first task thing, but the operator's a little different.
yeah, I don't know. That's why it made me think of this to where I can have it pull that list of anything that's important or relevant, take it and use the APIs to take that event, put it into my SharePoint list where it's put in the columns, like how long it, like when's the start date for this event, when does it end, where's the best location for it? Do I need low light pollution, no light pollution? Is this a public thing? Is this urban friendly? Like I have all this built out already as far as the list goes and the idea and the concept, but I'm curious as to when I'm doing APIs, do you know like what a redirect URI is?
Yeah, usually I use that for like single sign-on. That would be when somebody like logs in and then it redirects them back to the right. Like usually I'm using that in single sign-on. So like let's say you use Facebook, LinkedIn, Google login, whatever, Office 365, and it's on your site. You use that URI, and typically your URI is generated by whatever platform is your core platform. So I use WordPress a lot, so it creates a redirect URI that like brings people back after they single sign on in the right location in my system.
So what I'm wanting is that anybody can go to this. I'm creating an API in my Azure tenant, and I'm registering an application, and that's what this application is going to be, the event tracker or whatever. And I guess I know what I'm doing to some degree, but obviously you're way further ahead than I am. Like I know that your time is valuable, and I don't want to take advantage of you and your time, but I want us to build something together that we can use to showcase our capabilities. And I always say iCore, Rigid Six, and Creative Tech is our internal showroom. Like your business is your internal showroom. Like anything you built for you, you can show others like, hey, this is how I do this. Would you like something similar? That kind of situation, right? So, like, are you open? Because I know it's valuable. Like, if I have this app built for myself and I can use it and have other people come to it, there's value in that. Now, I'm not making any money. I don't have money to spend on it. Are you open to building stuff like that with me to help us grow and learn and showcase what we can do to others? I might take your silence as a sign of absolutely not. I Are you there?
Oh, no, oh, dude, I'm sorry, my microphone muted. Um, I was definitely able to like sort of help or share some guidance.
I'm not
Like,
asking you to build it for me. Absolutely. Like, look at it with me and point me in the right direction and let me know if I'm doing the right thing or not. I'm not asking you to spend a lot of time on it, but like, I know your time's
and
valuable.
on my end, what's tough is that like I don't like you probably like dude, I'm a Linux administrator. Linux, open source Linux all the way. Microsoft is not a playground. that I play in majorly very often. Like I build stuff that's software and then I get it integrated into Microsoft. I never would build.
Well, that's what I'm
something
at.
natively for
That's what
Microsoft.
this is going to be. It's going to be
So,
WordPress Linux on the back, like on the front end for customers. I'm going to manage it in my SharePoint environment for the business side of things, but I want it to feed to us like and I don't know if
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if I use
Yeah.
SharePoint as the main interface for everything. I don't know. Again, like, and there may be some things here, like, because I don't know if you know this or not, but like my MacBook, I'm using Microsoft for security. I'm using it for like there's so much more that people think Microsoft doesn't do that on Mac, or it's not friendly with this or that. Microsoft, I believe, wants to be the central security hub for everything and allow you to build everything around that. I don't know
Yes,
where
they do.
you are with that or your understanding of all that, because I know you don't live in that world. And I'm not a developer by any means. I'm a generalist. I am all over the fucking place, and I'm not a master of anything. I just get it, and it makes sense to me, and I'm a big picture guy, but I don't care how it works as long as it's easy. And I know Microsoft security with Intra ID, to me, that's the future as far as having a lockdown of having your identity through this tenant and having your domain tied to it and everything that you connect to, whether it's Linux, open source, whatever. Microsoft is the security hub for your identity, and it's how you lock down who you are. And like you said, single sign-on. That's what I know of redirect URIs are for. It's for getting that authentication code or whatever, just to verify that it's you and to make sure that the app's good. And like, that's what my understanding of it is. I'm just not familiar with it. I don't build with it
Sure.
much. So I think what I'm hearing is that Microsoft is the thing that kind of turns you off about this.
Like, I think that it's um, all workable. You know, like
Do
I
you,
gotta figure
but
out,
how do you
like,
feel
why
about Microsoft? Do you want to try to stay? Do you have like some bias against it? Or are you trying to stay away from it? If that's, I just want to know if that's the thing. If that is what it is, that's fair. I don't want to cross the
I
boundaries.
definitely don't have a I definitely don't have a bias for it, and I think that with the acquisition of OpenAI, it became cooler. I also know that with what I can do versus what Microsoft could do before they had AI, I could live in an environment where I was 5 to 10 years away ahead of Microsoft to solve people's pain points every single day. Any business, I can implement open source and like closed source and proprietary stuff that Microsoft doesn't offer to expand the business. You know, otherwise I'm competing with MSPs, right? So that's
Well, I don't want to. Well, that's the thing is, I want to be the evolution of an MSP. I don't want to be an MSP. I want MSPs to be like, you know what break fix shops are right now? They're a fucking dinosaur. They're fucking going away. How many break fix shops do you see around? Like, how good is Geek Squad is the break fix shop now, right? They commercialized it. And what else is there out there? I'm sure everybody has a Johnny Ponytail guy that they work with. I don't want to. I don't want to be. To me, that's what an MSP is. It's a break fix shop. They're going away. There's a
they
new
are
level.
going away. Like, dude, I think they're going away. Computers are disposable. Like, they're, you know what I mean?
They want a
So
professional.
everything's been moving to cloud environment, so it almost doesn't matter what
Absolutely.
you're using is everything in the cloud. So with everything that's going on, like, dude, I'm happy to help. Like, the fact that, like, so let's go back to like what you're trying to build. You're trying to build. Is it going to be an astrological calendar that gives people their astrology, or is it going to be photographers only that are looking up at the sky and astronomers?
Well, so
That's probably a big deal. Difference.
what I'm doing is I'm tailoring it for Rigid Six Studios is where I started with it. So this is for my production company to be looking out for events that we could reach out and say, hey, you know this event's coming up. Rigid Six going to go out there and capture it. Would you like to sponsor us for that event? Like, you know, we're going to try to capture this and we're going to get some amazing imagery. Would you like to sponsor us so you can have some rights to that? Do you want exclusive rights to it? Well, that sponsorship would be pretty, you know, significant. Or do you want to, you know, have some kind of like multiple people sponsoring this thing? And I want to ask you and 3Z, just because I'm trying to make this happen. Helen is actually trying to raise money right now to get enough money to bring me along with them to South by Southwest so I can capture her doing her thing, which I think is super awesome. So I'm looking for anybody that's willing to sponsor. And obviously, I'm not going to. I know you're busy and you're trying to raise money yourself, but I'm going to put my feelers out there. I definitely want to ask Eric and Catherine when they get back if they if they're interested in helping. But yeah, that's what kind of gave me the idea, right?
Like, it's very hard, dude. Like, I ran Wedding Social, okay, for several years, which was a wedding social network from 2009 to 2012. That was the first thing I really ever built that monetized. It was the first thing I ever built.
I remember you telling me about that. That was for photographers too, wasn't it?
What's that?
It was for photographers as well, wasn't it?
It was for everybody in the wedding industry. And essentially, let's say there's like 7 major vendors, maybe 10 styles, categories. Venue, photographer, DJ, clergy, or whoever's going to officiate. There's certain things in a wedding that you must need. You need flowers. You need, different gifts. You need a tuxedo shop. You need someone selling a dress. So long story short, I broke it down into categories. And one of my, how I got started, I worked in an Italian catering hall that was a major venue. And they said, Chris, if you do this, they had their own house conferences, essentially bridal showcases, right? And they would allow their three photographers in, and their 3 photographers were really good. They were best in class. They charged about the same. They had their own style. They always performed well. And that was it. They had 2 limo companies, a couple DJs, a couple photographers, and that's how a house works. A venue, they still work like this, right?
Well, hey, Chris,
with that, I started working with photographers, dude, quite a bit. And I even invented something called the selfie machine. I'll send you.
I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
There should be a New York Post article because I launched that in the Hamptons. Okay, but it really I did Northwell Health. I did the Cannabis Cup. For the first legally recreational one, I worked with High Times won that event. The Arnold Classic in the past, I'm doing that again in 2 or 3 weeks, right at the end of February.
Well, just so you know, Terry just got on. Terry's now a part of the conversation. He just jumped on the call. I'm gonna get started with him here in a minute. I called you before I met with him. I didn't know I just wanted to ask you how you. If you understood this and if you think you could help with this API thing I'm building, because I think this would be really cool. And I have a meeting with Terry right now. We're just going to talk shop and bullshit some. But even this right here, I think would be a very awesome, exciting thing that even he would probably want to dive into and potentially. I don't.
For me, I guess what I would say is that my fear with what you're doing is your market's too small. Okay, your reach is if you want to my opinion, it's how you take pictures of all events. Anything special.
Well, if we can tailor it for a person, if we can tailor it for one person, then we can do that for anybody. Or if we wanted to make it a broad thing for everybody, we could do that as well.
I worked with a company and imagined you can make pictures go up to Facebook or Instagram from an event. I can make QR codes go to privatized albums. For events, I could set it up where, when in weddings, imagine they used to put Polaroid cameras, not Polaroid, disposable cameras. 2000 to 2010, that's how it was done. So one of the things I built was I built ways that photographers could easily share their photos and then tie them to labs that you could print it and order it and mail it to your house. I figured that stuff out 10 years ago. That was the first thing I ever developed. Outside of Wedding Social, I got told that the photo booth people were bringing in gigantic equipment they didn't like.
Hold on, I got Chris on a tangent. Give me just a minute. I'm so sorry, Terry.
Okay, it looks like a Red Bull can. It's a cylinder. It spins up. It's about 6 feet tall. I attach a 22-inch touchscreen PC to it and load photo booth software onto it, and those photos can be captured and sent to your phone. I did that in 2013. Or something like that, 2012, and totally got rid of paper in the process too. It captured people's phone number right at the point of sale. I was a major partner in the IoT side with Verizon, so I've thought about these things on photography a lot. I've done Techstars locally, so even the people that are at Union Hall, I've worked with that center over the last 10 years since I've been in Ohio several times, paid events. Paid things that I've come in and done for them. So I think I like your idea in certain ways. I think that there's already people that have solved it. I think it's if you spend about $400, you can buy the parts and have the parts on hand. You need a little AI on top of it, and you could have everything you need. It'd be Eventbrite. It would be a calendaring system that people could RSVP into. You'd probably figure out a way that people could upsell their photos into the system or share photos from the event to a centralized platform. Then you get people to like pay to advertise on it, maybe. You know, like it's a tricky business, dude. But photo capture and user generated content, I think, super cool and can be done really well. That's what I would focus on.
I agree, and Monday's going to be awesome. Andy said everybody said they can come. I haven't asked Jennifer yet, but I did put it in the message when I invited everybody, and I told her I was going to try to get others in there, and everybody's going to come. Jay, you, Jennifer, hopefully, and Andy, and we're going to sit down. And I don't know why anybody's coming to this thing for what I'm trying to do. I think I have an idea of how I'm going to present it and how I'm going to have us have that meeting go, but I look forward to Monday. Have a great weekend, man, and I'll try to avoid calling you. I'm excited. I'm building shit, so I have maker time.
That's cool. Like I think you're taking the right spot with WordPress and building that out for front end. For me, I just need to know what you mean by like how do you want to tie it into SharePoint.
This is for me to build a custom app for us, so we can show clients how we can build custom apps for them internally. If I can do this for me, all kinds of clients have solutions that they want built for them.
So, dude, you want to know what the biggest home run in the world is for you right now? You need to be able to help salespeople write their proposals faster by dumping client data into a little app. All of their
I know. Listen, when we're at Wegman, while we're at Wegman, I want to talk to you about their. That's a great thing to bring up there. But let me get with Terry. He's been sitting here for 5 minutes listening to us go back and forth. So I'm gonna get with him. I want you to have. I don't know if I'll call you again before Monday or not. I'll try not to. See ya. Sorry about that.
Hey, no worries.
I called him 5 minutes before our meeting started, just wanting to chat with him for a minute, and I kind of went from there.
Too, because I sent a note through LinkedIn. I don't know if I had your cell phone. I sent a note through LinkedIn, just like 20 minutes ago. I have a appointment in my studio at 1:00 today, but they called me and they said, "Hey, we can do it at 11 instead."
Oh, you need to go? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Don't
sweat it. I don't need to go right now. I need to go in about 15 minutes.
Man, I want to come to the studio. Where's the studio? I want to check it out. So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I sold something and they're coming to pick it up today and I want to get it out of there. So I'm like, yeah, that works. Let's get this done. So I'm trying to get that done today, but I could meet, my note said I could meet anytime afternoon. So if you want to do this, if you want to connect for a couple minutes now, next afternoon or whatever, that's fine.
Yeah. Did you
have as much time now as I thought I would have?
Yeah. What would your hard stop be? Just so I know, so I can be mindful of it.
10:30.
Beautiful. We got 15 minutes, and if before we're done, we'll play it by ear and see if we want to connect later.
Yeah, that works.
Now, did you hear about the Celestial event coming up? I don't know if you do anything with astrology at all.
No, not really.
I guess the planets are supposed to be lining up, and I guess you can see them in a line or something like that. Like you'll be able to look out tonight and see a few planets in a line or something. I don't know. I briefly heard it on the news, but it made me think, which is why I called Chris. Like, I hear about these things like the aurora that happened here in Ohio not too long ago. Did you get any does that stuff excite you? Would you try to capture anything like that if you knew about it ahead of time and would go out there and try to capture any of it? Or is that kind of stuff like, that's not what I do?
I mean, I used to. I think I would have done that. Now I think, I can just do that with AI.
You're a true believer and adopter of the AI. You're like, I don't need to go out. I've done enough work and going out and set up all that gear and doing all that work. I don't enjoy that anymore. I did my time. I got you. Well, I'm not. Yeah. Well, we got the Tahoe. We got all this gear. I want to get out there and I want to be in the thick of it. So I haven't done enough to where it's annoying to me yet.
There you go.
But no, it made me think like, God, there's events that come up like this, like the Aurora. I was pissed that I missed that. I was so fun because I want to start capturing some really cool stuff. And it really doesn't take, it's just you got to be at the right spot and have some kind of camera. Hell, I can have an iPhone, I can capture something really cool as long as the composition and whatever you're looking at is cool. Like you can capture it. I mean, you can make things look cooler than they are if you have an eye for those things. But bottom line is, I want to be notified and be able to be prepared for these things well in advance, if possible. It's like weather. You can't always predict things are going to be perfect. Weather changes. There could be cloud that night, and you're not going to get it anyway. You've been preparing for it for 6 months. But
Right. Yeah.
I want to be notified of it in advance so I can prepare if I have the choice.
Mhm.
How can I do that? And then we have these new tools coming out with AI, like this operator where it can go look for things for you. I hear in my mouth. Anyway, how can I build an operator that'll go out and search the web on a daily basis, check NASA,
Yeah.
check for things, and I even opened it up to like local business events like Midwest Con or South by Southwest and things of that nature that are happening that would be relevant to us that we'd want to be a part of and capture with video if possible. So how can I make this agent daily check our events based off the criteria, put that in a list and notify me of that list update, and I can go look at that list and make plans from there. And that's what Chris and I were talking about building. He's basically saying there's stuff like that out there already. You can do that. I'm like, well, how do I build it with the tech stack I already have? If we can do that, if I can make that example, like, oh, I want to be notified of this thing daily. I want this AI agent to be an employee, like an assistant, checking for things, going out looking for the web and getting me this information and giving me that data so I can look at it. And if I can do that with technology, imagine what a CEO that does X, Y, or Z and how they want to get that information in front of them quickly so they can make good decisions. Like that's all this technology, this is what this tool's about. So yeah, that's what I was doing. And curious, do you have an assistant, or I'm sure you had an assistant at one point?
Yeah. I had a photography assistant. I had a producer, and I had a producer's assistant. Some at one point. Right now, I have a producer who works remotely, kind of part time.
I remember you saying something about him.
I don't have an assistant so much anymore. But I'm just thinking that sounds a lot like the new operator from OpenAI.
That's what I was talking about.
AI agent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so.
Go out there and search that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm just writing about it. I was just writing a post about it this morning.
yeah. So that's what I'm doing right here. Is I'm working with this side of things so that way I can build out because I have access to operator.
Yeah.
Are you on the pro plan with OpenAI currently?
I'm not on the $200 plan. I'm on the $40.
Correct. Yeah, and I know it's only available right now to US and to those that are
Yeah.
on the pro plan. So I have it,
Yeah.
and I'm not paying this money to like I'm a technology company. I'm not paying this money to sit here and just have it for funsies. I need to learn how to operate it, get it to do things, and
Yeah.
what better way to get it to start working for me and helping me be notified of
Mhm.
things or whatever it may be. And it's in its infancy. That's everybody's like, well, I can't do this yet, blah blah blah. I'm like, you know what? My efforts of doing this is feeding them feedback to let them build it out better, so that way it is ready for you when you are ready for it at your level, when it's ready at the $20 level. But I'm not going to wait for that. I'm going to be part of that wave and helping develop and make it happen and help provide the feedback to get it closer to where it's thinking. 'Cause I want it today. So yeah, it's not something I like to think about. I'm spending $2,400 a year on this software that's still in its infancy. That's not really there yet. Like, is that really
Mhm.
me paying them to help them get to their place, or is it really helping me? That's
Yeah.
the struggle, right? But no.
Yeah.
So, what are some ways you're using AI right now for your photography business, other than outside of image creation? What other ways are you using it, if any?
I use ChatGPT every freaking day, many, many times a day to write almost every email I send. If I have a minute to run it through chat, even if I've written it and I think it's good, I'll still run it through chat. Can you write this better? Can you improve this? And it almost always does, even if it's just small tweaks. So I'm using chat all the time to do that. I used chat all morning this morning trying to write this post I'm thinking of starting a Substack. I don't have a Substack currently, but just thinking about this new space, just thinking about search engine optimization, trying to get prepared for this going forward. It's always been your website, how fast it loads, your backlinks, quality of your backlinks, all that stuff, are so important with Google. But that's not what's important necessarily with, the new generative AI searches.
Yeah, your website's irrelevant. The interface is going to be the AI. It's not going to be your website. It's going to be it telling you about that. So you need to have it explain you in a certain way. So now that rich text, not being so short, but actually getting into the weeds of your process and how you think. So that way AI can dumb it down for the way the person, because it knows the person and it can truly give them the real you. So people are like, Joe, nobody's going to read that handbook you put together. I'm like, the only person I'm caring about reading that handbook and truly understanding it is AI. It will figure out how to explain it to the person properly, but I can't just have a 2-pager, here's our business and who we are, so I can hand that to people. That's not the tangible thing. What I want them to do is sit down with an agent and ask it questions. So how is iCore going to do this? Well, why would I want to do that when I could go do this? Like, and it can answer it because it knows the arguments and that's beautiful. And that's I'm excited that you see that.
That's why I'm thinking of like this Substack is like, one of the things I want to do is start spreading my footprint a little wider. Used to focus in just certain silos. And now I'm like, all right, I want to expand that a little bit, and especially areas like Substack where maybe I can go a little deeper, where I can be a little more, talkative and stuff than maybe just a quick post on LinkedIn. So I'm thinking that could be a really good space to kind of build out and just establish a bigger footprint.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I have this, let me go to it real quick. So I think you would be perfect to be part of this thing that I'm playing around with. So the Creative Tech is this idea I have. I do a show, and I want you to be on an episode. Like this conversation right here, I think is great content. In fact, I think, you know what? I am streaming on Twitch right now. I just realized that. I start streaming in the mornings while I'm doing work. Are you okay with this? I totally apologize. I should have told you that. This is on Twitch, just so they can't see you right now. I'm only sharing the screen. I'm sharing with you. So I don't know if I have anybody. There's nobody watches me. I do this. Okay, there's one viewer right now on Twitch watching. So hi, hopefully you're human. But anyway,
I don't think I've ever been on Twitch, so that's all right.
Well, if I move your face over to the screen, you will technically now be on Twitch.
No, don't put my face.
No, I'm not going to do that. I won't do that.
Bad hair day.
But anyway, so this thing I'm creating is that it's basically, I work with people a lot, and I like to coach, and I try not to give advice, even though people just maybe want to be heard, but I can't help but give advice because that's just, I want to help, and I always want to fix things. But bottom line is this is my way of building something where I can control that need to help and support people with their technology needs. And I know there's others like me. There's people that love to teach. There's people that love to influence, and people that really love technology to build things and whatnot. And I call us Creative Techs. And I created this database of what I call Creative Techs. And I don't know have you ever heard of this Chris Do guy?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, phenomenal speaker. The way he frames things, just super awesome. And I love his like webinars, his workshops that he does, and that's exactly what I want to mimic. Not so much for personal. It is about personal brand. What I talk about, a lot of what he's passionate about and talks about is what I'm. That's why there's that synergy there. But I'm creating a database of people that I consider to be a creative tech. And these are a few people here that are online. This Andreas guy, I'm not familiar with him. And this Matthew Encina used to work with Chris Do, and a friend of mine, Cole Chase, this guy here, he was actually was following this guy a lot and uses him. And when I showed him that, hey, he used to work with the guy that I like, Chris Do, he never knew that. And when he put the two together, now he likes Chris Do too. And like, it's crazy how the influence, you can see it in real time happening, how it spreads like wildfire.
Yeah.
And you can see I put a few people that I like in the top. I asked him to put, anybody that he'd want to. So he added these two guys. And, you're familiar with Jared Polin, maybe. I don't know which one of us put Jordan Peterson in here. I like Jordan Peterson to some degree. I'm not religious. Some of his outlook on, you know, like, I don't know. I align with him a lot, so I don't mind him being in here, but I know there's some controversial things around him and his views. But bottom line, these are people that are trying to do better. People that are, you know, that I consider to be creative techs that are influencers that understand what the modern workforce is or what we're trying to build with the modern workforce. You're going to see some people in here like Charlie Hall. He's from Seven Hills Labs. Daniel Pinks he has a master class. He's a great salesperson, a great influencer as well. I don't know if you know his work, but anyway, I want to build a database with like-minded people and influencers that I think are awesome. And then I started thinking, you know what? No, I just want local people. I still want to have big influencers in here because I want people that align with us. Because as this expands, if it does, maybe we could be on a podcast with some of those influencers like Chris Doe or something like that at some point. Maybe we make it there someday. This Trey guy, he's somebody that has been doing sessions with me. We do him monthly. He's just a young kid. I told him I'm happy to do free sessions for him monthly right now, and he's doing well and learning the ropes. And he just got burned on doing a project where he left for 3 days and was supposed to get paid for these 3 days, and the people, the producer and stuff, is like basically ghosting him. And I'm like, that's why you have to have things in writing, man. You got to have things in writing. You can't just so he's like 24 or something like that. He's a baby. He's still learning, and he's got like a job, and he's doing this on the side. Like, this is a learning lesson. This is what you take away from this. So don't like, he was really mad and stuff. And I think after our talk, he actually walked away with it, like feeling like, you know what, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to own this as my mistake, and I'm going to do better moving forward, which is really how I wanted him to internalize it. Cause he's blaming everything externally, and how can we make him stronger? Well, have him be more self-aware and take ownership of what he can control. So that's what I'm doing. Like, and I would love to have you in this list. Do you have a problem with me adding you to my database of creative techs?
No, that's fine.
Yep. It's not that I have to ask anyway. I could do it anyway, but yeah, I want people to be in here that understand what I'm doing and building out. I've thought about talking about this in front of the Cincy AI group before, but have you ever had anything where you try
That would
to,
be a good idea.
yeah. And using some of the tools that we're building for automation to put in here as well, so I can actually show off the database. But it's kind of cheesy what I did. I created 3 steps. First step is you join the tribe by joining the Facebook group of Creative Tech. The second one is align.creativetech.ai. If you go to that, that's what I was going to show you real quick. I built this, and I'm not asking you to fill this out by no means. I know I can fill this out for you, but
I'm gonna pause you.
oh shit, it's 10:30. I forgot we had a hard stop.
We're close.
Yeah. Nope.
Close. But obviously, I've got more to talk about. You've got more to talk about. Do you have time later today? Is there any time that works?
I'm here all day. I just know that, you know, I'm going to work until probably around, I'm looking at my calendar now. Let's pull my calendar over here. Yep. I'm not doing the show currently, so this isn't, yeah, I'm open, man. I don't have anything going on. The wife is at doing her thing right now. She'll be back later, and yeah, I'll be here.
I'll be back by about noon or 1 o'clock. Let's say between noon and 12:30.
Let's do
Can I
this.
just message you then?
Yeah, let me do this. I'm going to make sure I have I believe I have your cell phone. I'm going to text you real quick.
That's what I want to make sure I got yours too.
So here, let's do this. Just tell me, what's your cell phone real
Maybe
quick?
we shouldn't do this.
Oh.
Should we do this while you're on Twitch?
Hold on, let me do this. Let me mute and let me stop sharing my screen on everything.
There we go.
Thank you for reminding me, because again, I forget that I'm doing it.
I didn't want
All right. All right. How you doing? You're what? That's good. That's good. Was you wanting to stop and get gummies while you're out? I was asking if it's something you wanted to do. I'm good until next month for gummies, but I know you need them. Or do you? That's what I'm asking. Like, are you wanting gummies? Well, we can re up at the beginning of the month and we'll try to make them last for the month. I'm trying to make the smoke that we have last to the end of the month. We might fall short a few days, but I'm just trying to be financially smart. I got to pay Hiron. So if you want gummies, I need to know because it's going to affect how I pay Hiron. That's why I'm asking. Well, I'm only going. That's what I'm trying to say is I'm only going. I'm paying him 500. I have like 900 in the bank. So when I give him the 500, we're going to be down to less than. We're going to be under 500, which is fine. You can take that money out of the bank, but I don't know how much you're wanting. That's the only cash that I have access to. If you think you have cash to get you a couple packs, then it's a mute point. I'm just talking about what cash we have. So it sounds like if you do go, you're only gonna get a few. If you don't have my business card, so yeah, we can go to the store later too if you want. We'll just wait till you get home. Did you see that cheesy bread? Did you watch that little video and see what they made? I'm going to, but it's like this. You make it in the blender. You have a blender, right? You What happened to our Ninja blender? Well, anyway, you blend this batter up, and you pour it in a little. You spray. We use Pam. You make sure we use Pam. But you spray down the pan, and you pour this stuff into the thing, and you bake it for 15, 20 minutes, and it just makes this fluffy, cheesy bread. We have to like shred our own cheddar and Parmesan cheese, and it looks fucking amazing. And I'm gonna try it. So, what would go good with cheesy bread? Like some kind of like Alfredo or something. I was thinking we just go to Skyline today. I mean, I've said many things, but how do you feel about when you come home, we chill, at some point we go to Skyline, get some food, then we go shopping so we're not shopping while we're hungry, and we stop and get some gummies, and we come home. And John can tag along. That's what I was saying. If you just come straight home, we'll hang out for a bit. We'll go get some food so we're not shopping while we're hungry. And we can just fend for ourselves tonight like we did last night. And yeah, we'll have Skyline, make some cereal night tonight if we want, and we'll go to the store and get some gummies while we're out. Does that sound like a plan to you? That way I can drive and you can relax. Okay. Well, have fun. Has he wrestled yet? Good. Who's all there? None of the kids. All right. Well, just don't put yourself through pain. I'm sure, you know. And then you should go give him a big hug and tell him you love him.
On my knees.
Woman.
Help me, help
Yeah, how are you going to stand up? Oh my God, you're killing me.
He put his hand out. I went to pull myself up, and he didn't like brace himself. So like I almost pulled him over.
Yeah, you do that
And
to me
I'm like,
sometimes.
you need to brace yourself. It's like I didn't know I was opening up an old woman.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, big guy. Babe, just take care of yourself and come home
Mm,
when you're ready. I'm not telling you to come home. I'm not telling you what to do. I never tell you what to do.
go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
You want me to stay on the phone while you're talking? You want to talk to me while you're in the bathroom? I love you. Goodbye. Yeah. Did you see my message from earlier? Did you see my message from earlier?
No.
Did I send it to you? I thought I sent it to you. Let's watch this together then. Pause it. Start at the beginning. Come over here.
Dad, could you please put your desk down? I'm a little short.
You're not that short. You can see it. What the hell's going on here? Is that camera off? What's happening here? What happened to my cameras? Is this thing being... Oh. There we go. Now we're back in action. Cameras on? Oh yeah. All right. Anyway.
Oh my God, my hair's so.
You ready? You want me to shave it for you?
No.
All right. You ready?
Oil smells. What is it? You making pancakes? What's super easy cheese? Cheese bread.
Oh, we gotta try
Oh. Apparently, this is a Brazilian delight. First, they use 1 cup of whatever oil
So
you want.
loud.
We're using olive oil.
Okay, now you need 1 cup of milk.
That's not. No. You're not gonna bring your demon milk into this. We're not using. No.
I have dairy problems. No, I can't
This
use
is
that.
this is grass-fed milk. This is regenerative, and it's good for people that's got digestive issues when it comes to milk. It's
Oh,
nothing but
okay.
A2 organic,
Okay, 1 cup of real milk.
real milk. Don't make the eggs. Throw in 3 eggs. Oh.
Oh,
No shells.
No shells.
that's on.
1 cup shredded Gouda.
That's some Gouda cheese.
Yeah, that's a good Gouda.
Cheese. And we shredded it ourselves, by the way.
Oh, is
It's
that
always
Velveeta?
best.
Did they say
Shred
Velveeta cheese?
yourself. Half cup of Parmesan cheese.
Yeah. Woo.
That's why it's so good. That's why it's good, all the cheese in it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of cheese.
Now add 3 cups of tapioca flour or starch. I mean, you probably use.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
Is it okay that we're using
Yeah.
flour over starch?
I googled it.
So
I think
always-
starch.
You're making
Dad, I
a
think
mess.
starch
Why
would
do
be
you need 1
better
teaspoon of salt?
to get that fluff.
Yes, real salt.
Real salt. Now turn on your blender and full sender.
We're making a mess. Now what's the difference?
I don't know.
Is it okay that we're using
Yeah.
flour over starch? So always.
Ah,
You're making a mess. Now you see 1.
good. That's why it's good, all the cheese in it.
How much flour do you put in it?
Now add 3 cups of tapioca flour or starch. I mean, you probably use.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
Is it okay that we're using
Yeah.
flour over starch? So always.
Ah,
You're making a mess. Now
Are
you
we
see
doing
1
this tonight?
teaspoon of salt.
real salt.
Yes, real salt.
Real.
Johnny,
Now turn on your.
So always.
Ah,
You're making a mess. Now you see 1 teaspoon of salt.
real salt.
Yes, real salt.
Real salt. Now turn on your blender and full sender. You want your batter like you want your milk liquid. Muffin dish, right? That's it.
Yeah, it's muffin tin.
Did she spray it with butter? I don't know what she sprayed it with.
I guess.
Now, pour it half. You want to give it room to rise, so like halfway.
Yeah.
We still got a bunch left over,
We could do a whole other 10
like
minutes.
10 and a half.
Okay, now you want to bake at 400 for 20 minutes.
I hope it rises up.
Hope so.
I hope it's a surprise.
It's ready.
That only took
Yeah, that
15
looks good.
minutes.
That like 3 minutes.
Oh, the bread.
The bread took 20 minutes.
Okay, look at these things. They come right out of it like that. They, no. We're not gonna dress it back, and it just comes out like this. They just. We're not gonna dress the back, they came right out of the oven, and you just. That was hot. That was hot.
Oh my
That
God.
is so fluffy. Look how fluffy that is.
Look how cheesy it is.
1, 2, 3.
I guess flour's fine because that's really fluffy.
Go.
We Brazilians. Smart.
Take the cookies for lunch, babe. Hey,
Hey, Brazil. Obrigado.
very much.
So, trying to think of what we're going to have go along with our cheesy bread.
Oh yeah. It's like the opposite.
The fuck is Kanye doing? Anyway, so tonight, I don't know what we're doing for dinner, but Mia's gonna come home from the wrestling match when she's done. We're gonna go get some Skyline,
Oh.
eat some food,
Oh.
then go to the grocery store,
Oh.
do a shopping because we don't want to go shopping
Wait,
while we're
Skyline
hungry.
for lunch?
Like a late lunch ish, probably like around like we're gonna have, yeah, I don't know. But we're gonna have like a kind of like we did last night, like a fend for yourself dinner night. Make a sandwich or do whatever you want for dinner. But
But then we're gonna make cheese.
that is the plan tomorrow.
Oh, for tomorrow. Okay. Dad, we have to have a good meal for tomorrow since it's the Pro Bowl. Tomorrow. It's championships.
I know we're doing cheese ravioli with marinara sauce on Monday for Meatless Monday. You're gonna have to figure out. I know you like corn chips. I know you like lettuce, cheese. I don't know what it is about the hamburger meat having a little spiciness to it. If that like you like
I
spicy
think
things.
it's like the texture of it being like,
Have you tried soft tacos?
yeah, I have.
Would you prefer hard or soft tacos if you were forced to eat a taco? Which one do you prefer, soft or hard? And you know you can put toppings on your taco to make it taste better and give you a different texture, whatever you want to do. We just changed your texture from going from hard to soft. Like what else about the texture don't you like? I know you like meat.
It's like,
I know you like cheese. I know you like corn chips. Like, so what I'm trying to say is, what about the texture don't you like? You eat these things.
it's like, it's, I don't know how to say it, but like, it's not, it's spread out basically. Like, it's like,
Well, we're gonna make quesadillas along with the tacos. But yeah, we're having a Mexican feast, and by God, son, you're gonna have to figure it out because like we like El Rancho Grande. That shit is
What's
fucking
that?
dope. A Mexican restaurant.
oh, I actually love their chips, honestly.
There you go again. Saying shit that makes no sense.
What? What does it sense?
Quit reading my text. Get out of here.
All right. So we're just basically making cheese muffins. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna go upstairs.
Well, what are you doing upstairs?
Just watching some videos.
And when I told you to take a shower after you got home from school, since you haven't taken one since Monday,
Oh, I'm gonna say
it's almost been a whole week since you've had a shower, dude. Is that normal for you?
oh, I just forgot to take it when I got home.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is at some point, at your age, 12, I would think, I shouldn't have to tell you to take a shower. You should be doing that on, you should be, Jonah, you know, do you have a butler? A butler. You know what a butler is? Well, nobody has a butler. Guess what that means? Well, nobody that we know. What does that mean? If you don't have a butler to do things for you, what does that mean? You have to be your own butler. Think of it that way. You have to love yourself and be your own best friend, and you have to be your butler. How do you, when you come home at the end of a long day and worked hard, and it may have been a bad day, when you come home to your bedroom and your bed is made and your room is nice, and you get to relax and shut down for the day in the comfort of your own room that's with a made bed and it feels good. The power of that, Jonah, is tremendous. Being your own butler means taking care of your clothes, hanging them up. So that way, when you don't off your shower, you go to get dressed. You can go, you open up your closet, and all your clothes are finally laid out. Your socks are clean and laid out. That nobody does that for you. You have to be your own butler. Like your parents will take care of you, and they will do things like that for you up to a certain point. But at some point, you got to take over and be your own butler. That's how I would frame it if I was somebody that was your age and needed to understand the importance. So, does your butler have a schedule? Does it have a routine to make sure that your teeth is brushed, that your shoes are shined, and that your clothes are laid out and clean? And like, what do you have done for you, and what can you do for yourself? And what kind of person do you want to be? Do you want to have a beautiful wife and a beautiful home, be able to travel the world, and not be stressed and working all the time? Like, you have that ability to have that life if you choose. What did I just say?
You just said I have the ability to be the life I choose.
You can design the life you want and start living it. Like, I want to be a photographer. I want to own a technology company. I want to help show people how to use technology better. And I want to make good money doing that. Am I all the way there yet? No. I got a long ways to go. But a lot of people look at me and think, what do you mean you're already rich? Look at you. Like, no. Look at people that have big boats and yachts and stuff. That's what I think would be rich. That's what I think it's making it. This is average middle class life right here. What you're living right now is not poverty. You're living a normal middle class life. Unfortunately, I know your mom struggles, so she doesn't have the ability to have that kind of life. Your sisters are, we all come from a place where we didn't get to have that stuff, so we all do our best and we try to live the life we want. It's a lot. Like, me choosing to want to have a life that's beyond middle class, that's really hard to do. And if you don't choose that, you choose, you know what, I just want to enjoy life, I just want to consume and be chill. That's hard too, because then you don't have the funds or the ability or the place to live. You choose your heart. How hard do you want life to be? You want life to be hard because you don't have things, and you're always blaming everything around you and making everything else external to you the problem, or do you own it and choose that I'm going to control what I can control and I'm going to have a life that I want to live? You're in the development stage of your life where you're figuring this shit out. Like, I want you to think about taking care of yourself. I'm not telling you to take a shower because I'm trying to be mean and tell you what to do. I'm trying to show you that. Huh?
I kind of do want to take a shower.
Now that it's been brought to your attention, because it's not something you're really thinking about, and you're like, yeah, I probably do. I can only imagine. Like, ass and your armpits probably stink so bad. Yeah, go wash your butt, dude. Anyway, taking a shower is way better than listening to your dad preach. I agree. I love you, Bubba. That's why I talk to you about this shit. What's up, Zeus? I didn't know you were on here. My bad, boy. My bad, my bad.
lives looking at screens, most often this, our smartphones. Now the new book is exploring the impact of this attention economy. Brooke Silva Braga is here with this new peek at the book. What's the morning?
Good morning. Well, you might know Chris Hayes as a cable news host, but he's also written two influential bestsellers examining inequality in America. Next week, he's out with The Siren's Call, which makes the case that today, the world's most endangered resource is human attention, and that ruthless competition for our attention is changing how we live.
So this illustrates one of the fundamental things. Chris Hayes says something as simple as a Google search is an example of what he calls attention capitalism. We make this conceptual mistake a lot. We think about the information age, that information is a valuable resource. Information is infinite. There's boundless information. The valuable resource is our attention. And the reason that Google was the most profitable enterprise of the entire internet is that it conserved our attention. But Hayes says Google doesn't do that so well anymore. I search for three-row EV, three-row electric vehicle. The search result for three-row EV isn't just littered with ads.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They're mostly ads for vehicles. The ID for it is not three-row. That don't even match the search. Toyota does not make a three-row EV.
Why do you think you did that?
I think that basic business imperatives, which is that you have to increase revenue if you're a public company. Today, most of the world's largest public companies, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, make their money in one way or another from our attention.
It's become, I think, one of the world's most valuable resources, one of the most sought after, one of the most competed for, and one of the most ruthlessly extracted.
And the idea that this can be monetized, you argue, makes it different than other things you might monetize, like a piece of land or a piece of coal. This is something that comes from within us.
Yes, I mean, in this sense, the resource that's being extracted, like rubber from a tree, is inside our own heads, is our conscious life.
The title, The Siren's Call, is a reference to the sirens in the Greek epic The Odyssey.
No man who hears this song can escape.
You might remember from high school lit, their song is so dangerous and yet so tempting
But I want to hear their song.
that Odysseus has himself tied to the ship's mast,
Then don't untie me.
hoping to safely experience something he knows is bad for him.
And you think this is us now?
Absolutely, I think we are all Odysseus on the mast all the time.
It's the siren's call described.
Valuable resource is our attention. The reason that Google was the most profitable is that it conserved our attention.
But Hayes says Google doesn't do that so well anymore.
I search for three-row electric vehicle.
The search result for three-row EV isn't just littered with ads.
1, 2, 3.
This conceptual mistake a lot. We think about the information age, that information is a valuable resource. Information is infinite. There's boundless information. The valuable resource is our attention. The reason that Google was the most profitable enterprise of the entire internet is that it conserved our attention.
But Hayes says Google doesn't do that so well anymore.
I search for three-row EV, three-row electric vehicle.
The search result for three-row EV isn't just littered with ads.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They're mostly ads for vehicles.
The ID for is not three-row.
That don't even match the search.
Toyota does not make a three-row EV.
Why do you think you did that?
I think that basic business imperatives, which is that you have to increase revenue if you're a public company.
Today, most of the world's largest public companies, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, make their money in one way or another from our attention.
It's become, I think, one of the world's most valuable resources, one of the most sought after, one of the most competed for, and one of the most ruthlessly extracted.
And the idea that this can be monetized, you argue, makes it different than other things you might monetize, like a piece of land or a piece of coal. This is something that comes from within us.
Yes, I mean, in this sense, the resource that's being extracted, like rubber from a tree, is inside our own heads, is our conscious lives.
The title, The Siren's Call, is a reference to the sirens in the Greek epic The Odyssey.
No man who uses this song can escape.
You might remember from high school lit, their song is so dangerous and yet so tempting
No one want to hear their song.
that Odysseus has himself tied to the ship's mast,
And don't untie it.
hoping to safely experience something he knows is bad for him.
And you think this is us now? Absolutely. I think we are all Odysseus on the mast all the time.
If the siren's call describes people trapped by technology, Hayes writes about it as an inmate.
Part of this is an important part of the human condition, but sorry.
In the 2 days we spent with him, just about every quiet moment was filled with the glow of a screen.
I mean, this is like watching me like shoot up or something.
To manage his addiction,
Like, what are people saying about me?
Hayes hides the comments from most of his nearly 3 million social media followers so he can't see what they're saying.
Yes, because I'm tying myself to the mast. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I think that like desire, like, well, what are people saying about me? It's so. I mean, maybe it's just I'm broken this person, but I think it's actually a pretty broad mythology.
This hypercharged battle for eyeballs isn't just lousy for individuals, possibly causing loneliness and depression, definitely changing how we spend our time, but also bad for society, Hayes says. So the easiest way to get market share in this environment is with endless short bursts of the outrageous.
Trolling as a form of public discourse is now the dominant form of public discourse. Two of the biggest trolls are Elon Musk and Donald Trump. They are very good at getting negative attention. Richest man and most powerful man. Richest man and most powerful man. They sort of hacked something. They kind of figured something out.
Though Hayes certainly doesn't consider himself a troll, he's also become rich and powerful through attention capitalism as an MSNBC host.
Hey guys.
And over the years, he was at peace with the idea that keeping his job and drawing viewers generally requires giving the people what they want. What are you leading with tonight?
We're leading with this kind of tech oligarchy.
In its 13th year, All In with Chris Hayes is bookish,
5, 4.
but reliably partisan.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes.
The story is likely to stoke fear or anger in his liberal viewers are easy to find.
And when it comes down to a scenario where there is a competing interest between what's good for Jeff Bezos or what's Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk and what's good for you, who do you think is going to win that fight?
I think when people make a list of things that are kind of like getting their attention and they're not sure if they're happy about that or not, cable news is kind of on that list.
Yeah.
You wrote a whole book on the questionable impact of this phenomenon, and yet you're right in the middle of it. How do you reconcile this?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways, well, first of all, I wrote a book. And I think a book is a different technology than cable news.
No doubt, but the person to write that book to literally be someone who's in this business is it.
What that means, to be totally honest, is wrestling every single day with every decision we make between following the rules of the incentives towards the lowest common denominator and resisting them in favor of doing something better. So it's every day.
While writing the book, Hayes started thinking about reclaiming his own attention. Instead of listening to podcasts on his daily walk, now he just strolls with his thoughts.
And has it had the effect of votes? Absolutely. Yeah.
He's rooting for alternatives to attention capitalism. Maybe group texting will replace social media. Maybe the non-commercial internet will make a comeback.
There we go.
But our need for distraction is unlikely to go away.
You know, Blaise Pascal is writing in the 1600s. He says, I've come to believe that all the troubles of man stem from his inability to sit alone in his own chamber.
I took the subway to meet you here, and the Q train makes that beautiful pass over the East River, where the Brooklyn Bridge is right there, and the downtown Manhattan skyline. And the only people I found not on their phone were sleeping or eating.
So it's funny you say that. My daughter takes that train to commute every day, and she told me, and I love that she and her friends have a rule that you have to look at the view. The generation of people most native to this are in some ways more aware of it than anyone.
That makes you hopeful?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Yeah, I think I generally think they are set for like a rebellion against it.
One of Chris's ideas is actually to have a hard cap on screen time.
Yeah, talked about that. You have to fight a lot of people. I guess the first part is admitting you have a problem. Right. Start there. And he's a recovering addict. I guess. I'm not even sure he's recovering. Sorry. Well, coming up in our next. We'll take a spin at a Los Angeles exhibit celebrating slow life. Plus on the dish, it is a vibrant spin on the traditional British pub scene. We'll dive into how Desi pubs have become a success story for multiculturalism. And music from Jeremy Albino in our Saturday session. CBS Saturday Morning will be back.
Staying healthy can be hard. This is a party.
Premier Protein, my ride or die. Oh. If you know, you know. Let's go. Changed my life. So good. Protein, check. 1 gram of sugar. Oh yeah. And a flavor for every bite. Premier Protein. Sweeten the journey.
You know those fat Hoka sneakers? Nice shoes, but the price? Not as nice. However, Skechers Max Cushioning are just as fabulous at a price that blows them away. Insane comfort cushioning, including hands-free Skechers slipping. Try Skechers Max Cushioning.
I'm an overpowered meat store, and I'm not exactly street legal. And if you don't have binomial coverage, this can really blow your budget. So get Allstate, save money, and be protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me.
I can't wait for tonight. The kids are coming? Great. No, Uncle Todd is out. Oh, wait, he's in? Chris and I broke up.
Easy Line Extendable Tables, now available at Ashley.
Oh, I didn't touch on with your weight. Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes, if you feel your heart racing while at rest, or if you have mental changes, depression, or thoughts of suicide may occur. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, stomach pain, flu or upset, headache, feeling tired, dizzy or bloated, gas, and heartburn. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I know this. Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
It is a fan experience like no other. I'm talking a seat and a view you probably can't afford, but can now. We're going to take you inside the cutting-edge venue that's taking sports to a whole new level.
Street low down payment.
It's about $255,000.
Wait down. It's happening, unfortunately, every single day. And it's almost undetectable. How to protect yourself. Open 12 investigates Monday at 6.
Good morning. I'm Sydney Hawkins with your headlines from Local 12 News. Weather permitting, the concrete pouring portion of the I-471 bridge repair will be completed by the end of the month. Crews are creating a system to keep the concrete heated to a minimum temperature during this curing process. Quality tests will be conducted multiple times throughout the quarter, and if all goes as planned, the southbound lanes should reopen in mid-March. Raiders Ice Cream and Skyline are teaming up to offer Skyline Spice. It's made with Raiders classic vanilla French ice cream, Skyline Spice Blend, and oyster crackers to provide a crunch. It's available starting Monday at all Greater Scoop shops, participating Skyline restaurants, as well as Kroger, Jungle Gym, and Dorothy Lane. How about that? You guys go buy a pint?
Yeah, I mean, Raiders is fine just the way it is.
Yeah. You don't need a credit. It's the first price.
Add anything to it. That crunch comes from the chunks. You gotta have the chunks.
Yeah.
The chunks. All right, where I get totally, in my head about that. How about this blue sky out there? We have a little bit of blue, not a whole lot. One scoop. That's the view right now from the Covington camera and from our Nippert camera. You can see some of the breaks in the clouds there. It's still chilly. The wind chills are only in the teens for the most part, but we definitely are going to be warmer today. 23 is the airport temperature now. Here's the day ahead for you, which goes up to 20 degrees with a decrease in clouds this afternoon.
Have a great day.
Sweet.
Am I asking for too much? Like, I walk in and she doesn't even know
Know your name.
Hayden?
General Electric Credit Union. Better rates, better service, better experience. Before and after. Before and after. If you have a before kitchen, now's the time to call Kitchen Saver and get a beautiful after. With our customer renewal process, you can have a brand new kitchen within 3 to 5 days. We're so confident in our products that we'll back it all, labor and materials, with our 10-year limited warranty. Claim our special offer and become a satisfied customer today.
Well, good morning, Cincinnati.
Welcome to CBS Saturday Morning. I'm Sean Miller with Dana Jacobson. Life's in a low lane. It's not just a vehicle, it is a culture. We'll visit the Los Angeles exhibit highlighting the little-known lost history of the lowrider, its artistic aesthetic, and the culture's impact on the auto industry. Then it's a full ball game for sports fans. We're going to take you inside Picasso, a new entertainment experience that brings spectators to the edge of the action. Look at you, providing the Plus, on the dish, East meets West. We'll travel to London and check out the South Asian flavors fueling the resurgence of British pubs. And singer-songwriter Jeremy Albino says he's bringing back soul music one tune at a time. He's going to make his national television debut in our Saturday sessions. All that and more is still ahead. But first, our top story this hour, the world's biggest annual migration of humans is underway. Mass travel in China reaches its peak this weekend ahead of the Lunar New Year on Wednesday. An estimated 9 billion trips are expected across China's 40-day travel period as families gather for celebrations and traditional fireworks displays. Anna Korn is with us this morning in Hong Kong with more. Anna, this morning.
Hello, Dana. That's right. So here in Hong Kong and in mainland China, everyone is gearing up for Chinese New Year. And if I had to explain its importance, it's like Thanksgiving and Christmas rolled into one. And as you say, it is the largest movement of people anywhere in the world. All across China, preparations are underway to welcome the Year of the Snake. Authorities estimate a record 9 billion trips will be made during the month-long travel period. Pre-pandemic, the number was just under 3 billion. About 80% or 7.2 billion of those trips will be by car, followed by train travel and then planes. For some, China's slow economic rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic, along with a struggling housing market and youth unemployment, has dampened the New Year excitement. The economy has declined, making it difficult to earn any money. After COVID, it's difficult to find a job. There are many more unemployed people now, but most of China's 1.4 billion citizens still plan to enjoy the festivities. Although the economy has slowed down, for us ordinary people, living a good life is what matters most. And what matters most for their economy right now is increased holiday spending. An official extension of the Spring Festival holiday from 7 days to 8 aims to do just that. Which means more travel in and out of mainland China. Paul Salnick is a Hong Kong-based executive.
The numbers have started ticking up, and into the end of the year, beginning of this year, it really surged. I think the opportunity of visiting Hong Kong for most mainlanders is a very exciting one, and they're finding it a very welcoming place.
Now, as everyone here is looking forward to the holiday, there's also a lot of concern as to what the new year means for US-China relations. President Trump has made it perfectly clear that China is well within his sights. And while he's expressed a willingness to work with the world's second largest economy, he's also said that he has a tremendous power over China in the form of tariffs. So, Michelle, we'll be keeping a close eye on whether this current trade war intensifies in the very near future.
And that too could impact travel. Anna, thank you. Meanwhile, a sign of cooperation between the U.S. and China made their debut in our nation's capital on Friday. Nancy Porter has that story.
Bao Li and Qin Bao put on a show in the snow Friday, seemingly unfazed by the throngs of fans who waited months for this debut.
I'm really pretend to be a panda half the time, so I'm excited to have them back.
The 3-year-old pandas are home from China for at least the next decade, the result of some delicate panda diplomacy.
It's a great delight to come to the district of Panda. Washington, D.C. is no longer unbearable.
These two bears actually arrived in D.C. in October, but the zoo gave them a few months to acclimate in private before exposing them to the pandemonium.
It's fun to get to know them. I think I've been telling someone, Jinbao loves to climb trees, so her happy place is to climb to the top of the tree and be happy up there.
It's great for tourism and for science. Since U.S. zoos began partnering with the Chinese decades ago, the global panda population has gone from nearly 1,000 to close to 3,000. So you could say the biggest winners are the bears themselves. For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Nancy Fortas in Washington.
I love the pandemonium pun. Oh, yeah. Well, Bao Li and Qin Bao. Bao Li and Qin. Yeah, so Bao is the operative name. Yeah. So who knows Bao? Michelle, I don't know. I'm going to go find out. It's an investigation. There's still more to come, including the dish in our Saturday session. Right now, here's a look at the weather for your weekends.
All the way up to 40 today after a couple of days this past week where the highs were like 10 to 15 degrees. That's nice. And it comes with clouds in the morning, more sun in the afternoon. Kind of a mixed bag of clouds and sun on Sunday with a high of 35. Going to 39 Monday, and then it's in the mid-40s. Tuesday and Wednesday, no rain or snow.
Up next, it is the stadium experience without the game day hassle. We're going to show you a new entertainment venue that makes spectators feel like they are right on the sidelines of the biggest sporting events out there. You're watching CBS Saturday Morning.
The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like I was losing interest in the things I love. Then I found a chance to let in the light, discover Capuleta. Some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Capuleta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Report fever, confusion, or stiff muscles which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements which may be permanent. Common side effects include stinkiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side effects.
In the darkness of bipolar 1 and 2 depression, Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
I'm the richest guy in the world. I have time to give.
I have people I can count on. A million stories to share.
The key to being rich is knowing what counts.
Why are you shimmying? Unstoppables is overlocker. So I'll be fresh all day, even after a rain.
We all use Unstoppables.
Looks like he does too.
Smells unstoppable. Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Your smartwatch, see that? Introducing Cardio Mobile 6L. The FDA-cleared EKG provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch, and it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Cardio Mobile 6L, the world's most advanced personal EKG. Get yours today at cardio.com or Amazon.
Litter bag. When cat litters are so heavy it hurts. If you suffer from litter bag, try Tidy Cats Lightweight with astounding 21-day odor control. At the Tidy Cats Innovation Lab, we've got your back. Tidy Cats Lightweight.
Texas was waiting.
Now taxes is a TurboTax expert. Who do your taxes in a day, so you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
When my doctor gave me Breztri for my COPD, things changed. Breztri gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
Tomorrow, millions of football fans across the country will watch 2 games to decide which teams will meet in Super Bowl 59. Some will be in attendance live in the stands, and the rest of us will be watching on a device or television, at home, or perhaps in a sports bar or restaurant. But what if an option exists that combines the in-stadium experience with some of the comforts of home? We found it, and it may soon be coming to a city near you. It's like Steve just behind the sidelines in Cotton. But take a closer. We're actually 30 miles away from AT&T Stadium in a Dallas suburb. This is Cosmos. Sports bar, art theater, all action. On any given night, hundreds of sports fans are immersed in live gameplay through an 87-foot LED screen that wraps around 3 levels of seating. Game action is something that can't be seen anywhere else, including television broadcasts captured by Cosmos own cameras placed around stadiums and arenas. First timer Chris Denton came to Cotton in Los Angeles to catch the NBA Cup title game between the Bucks and Thunder. His friend, Simon Morales, had been here before. Why did you tell them you must come? You need to be there.
It's a difficult experience, but there's nothing else like it for 9 Sport.
So did you have a sense of what it was going to be at all?
I saw some videos online, but I did not realize that I would feel like I'm at the games, and most of that I would have never gotten to sit.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We want them to come in and be absolutely blown away. And when you watch fans come in, their face just lights up.
Jim Terry is Cosmos CEO. Earlier today, he showed us their vision.
This is that high energy area where fans are gathered and you're just experiencing the moment.
connection, kind of like bunker suites of stadiums, you know, they're pitch.
Yeah. Where the Coliseum meets the cosmos, a concept that's on full display from expansive hospitality areas to the main attraction. Literally jaw-dropping. As we saw basketball,
You can see everyone courtside and all that.
football, soccer,
Let's all our team.
hockey, how many cameras did it take?
Anywhere from 4 to 6, it depends on what we do. And we can do this at scale. That's
You can't get this before.
you're always at that scene, and then the minutes, and we're switching, and you always have that scene. And this one's the best.
Even mixed martial arts presented in what's very called shared reality. Cosm launched its Los Angeles location last July.
Dude.
Dallas a month later. But it was a culmination of years of work, which included 5 companies that built planetariums and immersive cameras, like the ones inside Enzo pilot or under basketball hoops. And while the setup can showcase arts like Cirque du Soleil and perhaps one day even concerts, as a former NFL player, Terry said he knew early on the combination of technology would give sports fans an in-person experience they've never had access to before.
The first time I even saw early prototyping called a light bulb or something like that. Oh my God. You know, it is one instance, it's such an immediate visceral reaction. I played on the field, been in those areas, and when I started looking at this concept and how to make it work, that's the moment I got it. And it felt very similar. And I get goosebumps talking about it now.
The next step, convincing broadcasters and leagues to get on board. How difficult was it to convince leagues to let you do that?
And this is leveraging every bit of experience that I had, whether as an athlete or an executive. It was really understanding what the industry is like, finding the places, and that's really critical. Making sure I'm analyzing anybody. I'm not thinking from anyone else.
Not just by providing a unique visual experience, but also by testing
That's part of what the food is. It's all part of that experience. No matter how good the technology is, if the food's not good, you're gonna know the food's not good.
Whether it's smoking game day brisket on your roof deck or preparing a menu tailored to a specific game, executive chef Adam Colby is tasked with taking Cosm's food offerings beyond what you might get at a sporting event or sports farm.
We really want to elevate the food and the experience, and we try to make everything in-house. So the blue corn tortillas we make from scratch. We bring in fresh salmon, we cut it ourselves. You eat with your eyes first, so it already tastes good because it looks beautiful.
What are the nachos?
So this is a Korean style nacho. So we wanted to have something different and really play to the flavors of Los Angeles.
In Dallas, is that the same idea? Bring a little Dallas into that?
Correct. So all of our locations, we really want to have a local flair and really speak to the community, which every Cosmo location is going to have.
With locations already planned for Detroit, Atlanta, and the goal of being in every major city, Cosmo hopes to offer fans across the country the chance to immerse themselves in Denton and his friends.
Wow, that's rude.
First experience, what did you think?
It was incredible. There were times when we were very confused about like whether someone's actually here or not. Like, how are they like 10 feet tall?
I was not remember that big off.
Yeah, it's a little bit shocking. It feels like we're at the game, but also more comfortable and like we were talking about if we were going to sit courtside, it would be like impossible. Like this feels like the next best thing.
And that's kind of it. Look, it's not that nothing's ever going to be the same, but there you have all these different views that they are giving you from your seat, the pricing ranges depending on where you're sitting. And I will say this, I know we were trying to show you the experience, the video still doesn't translate. I was not faking it when my jaw was dropping. I
Morning,
wanted to
Jake.
see it until
Good
that
morning.
moment. It's unbelievable. I go to a lot of sporting events. I've been everywhere, watching games, all different kinds, and this just finds a way to really transport you there. It's incredible. So
All
many
right,
questions,
where are we
like,
standing
how
on
to
things?
choose,
What's
what
your
games,
status?
play at what time. That's Which is what soccer, I'm told, is a really incredible experience. They can only show certain ones right now, but they are coming to Detroit in the next.
Trying to find money.
So fun. Yeah.
I haven't talked to Mark yet.
You can join us for the AFC Championship game. Kansas City Chiefs
I'm
host the
busy
Buffalo Bills
yesterday.
tomorrow, right here on CBS.
Do you know
Streaming on
what the future
kickoff 6:30 Eastern
of the
time.
lawsuit is?
This note too, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is going to be on tomorrow night, yes, Sunday night, with guest Deion
Can you be a little less vague? What do you mean by that?
What's the next filing date, or do they file a return, or is the judge gonna make a ruling on something?
And a look at the road ahead.
You don't know?
You're watching
I have no clue. All I know is that I'm trying to build my master tech plan and get our external communications going, so that way we can actually start bringing in some budgets. And this matter is definitely a big hurdle, and we're doing our best to maintain the integrity of the MTP while answering it the best we know how. Keep all stakeholders happy. So, yeah, my hope is that if you're willing to talk to Mark, is that you're, considering the indemnification that I'm requesting. And I do need to give you something in a formal email, letting you know, like some kind of formal writing, letting you know where we stand with the MTP alignment, the letter of authorization. And I told you I wanted to do what I call a reset, an opportunity to do a reset for you and I to get aligned, because I don't feel like we are aligned at the moment. And with misalignment, the way I frame things, the way I look at the MTP, I just want to make sure that you truly understand what that means. And, you mentioned that you signed the LOA under duress, and I don't know what that means exactly, but, I'm not sitting here trying to force you into anything you don't want to do. I'm just trying to get things going in the right direction and to be in a state where we don't have this friction. And I feel like I've come to the end of my abilities with what I can control to make that happen. It's a two-person dance type thing, right? So I'm asking where your status is with the MTP. Like, what is your ideals? And, last year you went and shopped around looking for somewhere else to go. You ended up signing the LOA, and we're still here. I just want to know where your head is with the MPP and what your thoughts are as far as what does the future of that look like for you?
Well, I've been giving it some thought, and especially after what just happened with Kodiak, I think it's imperative that I have equal or higher access to the data center in the Meraki's, and that people can't be unilaterally turned off.
Okay. Well, that's an imperative thing for CCPCS to be a independent, autonomous entity, right?
Yeah, we can't have our clients just shut off without some kind of agreement.
Yep. And ICORA can't continue to do free work for CCPCS without their alignment to the MPP, which is the only payment we're asking for. Well, and the trips, right? Give me a break every now and then. The recurring revenue you have right now, ICORA feels like that wouldn't be there if it wasn't for ICORA's efforts. Do you agree with that or no?
reoccurring revenue is a result of joint efforts of CPCS and ICOR, yes, and the NTP framework and the service items and all of that stuff contribute to what we're able to sell and get reoccurring revenue.
Right. So like basically, we'll just call it, to be safe and to give plenty of room, we'll just call it, $180,000 a year that you bring in is due to ICOR's efforts. We'll just say $15,000 a month to be safe. I think it's more than that. I think it's significantly more than that, but we'll say 15,000.
I don't know about that, but
I do. I mean, I can show you if you want me to show you, but I'm very confident with where I am and disconnecting a client from our data stack or tech stack that manages over 700 users, the handful of people that were, at Kodiak at the time versus everything else we had going on and the compromise, the missing LOA, the unalignment with gatekeepers, like all these things are liabilities. So, I just don't feel like ICOR is valued in CPCS's eyes, at least not leadership's anyways. And because of that, and you're wanting full access to things like, I believe your revenue over the last years, like, how much money have you paid out to ICOR for all the work that they've done for you? How much funds have you given us for the work we do for you?
well, you've got it so convoluted that neither one of us know.
So you're telling me that I put us in the situation, this wasn't you don't take any accountability.
No, I'm saying that the way that we've got it set up where we trade everything back and forth, but we don't track the trade. Neither one of us knows who's benefiting more or less or if we're equal.
Well, you want to be an MSP, right?
I want to take care of our clients and give them the best IT experience they can have.
Love that. And do you feel like you're innovating and leading that charge?
I feel that we meet the requirements of our current clients. Yes, there's innovation and things that need to happen, but at the same time, we're hamstrung because we're not allowed to do anything, and we're waiting for ICOR to tell us the direction that we're allowed to go.
I've made it as simple and practical as I possibly can. There's 2 pipelines. Stick to those 2 pipelines and things will get done. Yet, you're not utilizing the tools that were put in place for things to get done, and then you're telling us we're holding you hostage. So I don't know how it could be on us when we're the ones sitting here saying, hey, anytime something gets put into this pipelines, it gets done. And as we're watching things work, an agreement that you signed saying that you will align with us, because work with clients that are outside of, anything we're doing right now. You bring on new clients even. The work that we've done and the way the service desk is set up and managed and the work I do is how that's giving them that experience. The way that I frame it is that, Sean is a great entry-level technician who is great at helping answer phones and do things, but I don't think we're getting the value out of him that we need. Alan is overwhelmed and overworked and doing account management and technician stuff and is, surviving the best he can. And, I'm sure we make it attractive. You make it attractive enough for him not to go find something else and have him,
I don't know what your plan is with him, but I know if I wasn't here and it was all on him, I don't know how that, maybe he'd be happy with that because now he is the king. I don't know. But I do know that I am currently managing and liable for everything. And I'm not getting compensated at all from Cincy PCS with all the efforts I do. And I'm also being told that I'm holding them hostage and that they can't grow because of me. It's not healthy for me to be in this dynamic. This is not the desired state that I'm looking for. The desired state I'm looking for is where I can come to my account management page here. Check this shit out. This is all brand new. It's not on any of the other tenants that I've seen yet. iCore has it on our tenant. I haven't looked at Cincy PCS, as you guys might have it. But SharePoint has this new thing called an agent. And what it does is it looks at your site and it'll build an agent for you based off the information you have on your site. And I can say, how many projects does Jay have? It knows what a CTP is. It knows what the objective pipeline is. Because I've documented everything and got all the data stack cleaned up in here and everything's where it needs to be. The reporting we get now, essentially what iCore is doing is it's a SharePoint development that helps your operation adopt SharePoint to have that transparency in your data at your fingertips to make decisions like that. My session this morning with the Wegman Company and the operations team, showing them what we've done and what we've built so far, they are screaming for this now. I need a service desk to support this, and that's what you're supposed to be. And the benefits of that as we grow and start selling this product are going to be huge. And right now, it's just me. Am I going to do this as a solo, consultant and not have a service desk and just cut things and move forward this way? I could be happy doing that. But I'm trying to build something big here. But I'm doing it alone while the person that's supposed to be helping me is telling me I'm holding them back. It's infuriating. I can't do it anymore. And I'm offering an opportunity to reset here. Because even the way you talk about how you can't do things, it's just, that's not a me problem, that's you. And I can't be tied down by that anymore. And you don't want to be tied down anymore either. And I do know that if we have to go back and calculate all the work we do, because what you're going to do is you're going to come and say, well, that's my data center, I paid for that Meraki. And I'm going to say, well, so didn't I. I did all the work for it, and I manage it. I believe iCora is the owner of all the service groups and the services that we provide. And we are giving CPCS full access to all of that. And they're squandering it. So I don't know, however you want to frame it, that's just how iCore is framing it. That's how we've been framing it. I told you that I need your help with finances. You help me with finances, and I will provide you the tech stack and give you everything you need. And that's what we've been doing. Every project you've had, I've helped with, all the consulting I've done with your clients, all the admin sessions I've done, all of that, it adds up big time. And if we have to go back and track and get numbers, we can do that, but I don't think you're going to be happy with the numbers. And Jay, I'm telling you to stop being reactive and be more strategic, but you're telling me you can't plan past 2 o'clock today. You're fine with the way you are because it's gotten you this far. You're just going to take it as it comes. I can't have a partner that's just taking it as it comes. So I want to reset and get a desired state and make sure we both collaborate on that desired state and we both put it in a way so we both are actually going towards, because I'm about growth, moving past this. We can either grow from this and do better, or we can just reset our separate ways and grow separately. However you want to go about it, that's your choice. I'm not forcing you into this. This is an option for you.
Not a threat.
So I'm willing to do a reset if you are. My fucking engineer is supposed to be developable and practical as possible can. There's 2 pipelines. Stick to those 2 pipelines and things will. And clients even, the work that we've done and the way the service desk is set up and managed and the work that I do is how that's giving them entry-level technician who is great at helping answer phones or work and do. I'm sure we want possibly do or can't grow because of me. It's not healthy for me to be in this dynamic. This is not the desired state that I'm looking for. The desired state I'm looking for is where I can come to my account management page here. Check this shit out. This is all brand new. It's not on any of the other tenants that I've seen yet. ICORA has it on our tenant. I haven't looked at Cincy PCSs. You guys might have it. But SharePoint has a new thing called an agent. And what it does is it looks at your site and it'll build an agent for you based off the information you have on your site. And I can say, how many projects does Jay have? It knows what a CTP is. It knows what the objective pipeline is. Because I've documented everything and got all the data stack cleaned up in here and everything's where it needs to be. The reporting we get now, essentially what ICORA is doing is it's a SharePoint development house that helps your operation adopt SharePoint to have that transparency in your data at your fingertips to make decisions like that. My session this morning with the Wegman Company and the operations team, showing them what we've done and what we've built so far, they are screaming for this. I need a service desk to support this, and that's what you're supposed to be. And the benefits of that as we grow and start selling this product are going to be huge. And right now it's just me. Am I going to do this as a solo, consultant and not have a service desk and just cut things and move forward this way? I could be happy doing that. But I'm trying to build something big here. But I'm doing it alone while the person that's supposed to be helping me is telling me I'm holding them back. It's infuriating. I can't do it anymore. And I'm offering an opportunity to reset here. Because even the way you talk about how you can't do things, it's just, that's not a me problem, that's you. And I can't be tied down by that. And you don't want to be tied down anymore either. And I do know that if we have to go back and calculate all the work we do, because what you're going to do is you're going to come and say, well, that's my data center. I paid for that Meraki. And I'm going to say, well, so didn't I. I did all the work for it and I manage it. I believe ICORA is the owner of all the service groups and the services that we provide. And we are giving CPCS full access to all of that. And they're squandering it. So I don't know, however you want to frame it, that's just how ICORA is framing it. That's how we've been framing it. I told you that I need your help with finances. You help me with finances, and I will provide you the tech stack to give you everything you need. And that's what we've been doing. Every project you've had, I've helped with. All the consulting I've done with your clients, all the admin sessions I've done, all of that, it adds up big time. And if we have to go back and track and look at numbers, we can do that, but I don't think you're going to be happy with the numbers. And Jay, I'm telling you to stop being reactive and be more strategic, but you're telling me you can't plan past 2 o'clock today. You're fine with the way you are because it's gotten you this far. You're just going to take it as it comes. I can't have a partner that's just taking it as it comes. So I want to reset and get a desired state and make sure we both collaborate on that desired state and we both put it in a way so we both are actually going towards, because I'm about growth and moving past this. We can either grow from this and do better, or we can just, reset our separate ways and grow separately. However you want to go about it, that's your choice. I'm not forcing you into this. This is an option for you. So I'm willing to do a reset if you want.
All right, well, I need to know what that looks like.
Well, that means you have to be present and voice your actual framing and how you want it to look. So one of the things is I don't think either of us should be able to fuck each other over. Okay? My CTPs are my responsibility. Your CTPs are your responsibility. As an anchor MSP, I built this out to give you what you wanted. You wanted to own your thing. You wanted to have Cincy PCS stay intact. And I built this around that. So I have been doing what you want. The best I know how based off what you told me. And part of the desired state is that we will continue owning the service groups. And if you want to own the data center in the Meraki and have say on who has access to it at the very top level, then we have a lot of work to do before you become a partner of Icora and have a percentage of it. And I would love to see that happen. And there's a few options that we can do on the Meraki side. If we decide to split, I'm not going to be a complete asshole and keep everything. We can separate licensing and give you your own network and split everything up if that needs to be. I don't need all the Meraki. But I can guarantee you that data center, that I really appreciate all your financial help and everything that we've done together, but that's here. That's not going anywhere. And that's under Icora's ownership at this point. Okay. But I can guarantee you that data center, that I really appreciate all your financial help and everything that we've done together, but that's here. That's not going anywhere. And that's under Icora's ownership at this point. You knew that when it got put here. I'm not saying that you can't use it. In fact, it's going out in production in 2027, and we may be able to use it as an archive platform and charge somebody something for archiving, but so much more in here. I don't have the wellness checks in here. So yeah, we want to develop it for you. In fact, you should have your operations in here, the tools we have, the AI, the feedback. This is a huge tool. That's not fair. I didn't say that.
And
that's not fair. No, I didn't. And the way you're leading the team. You have two people that look up to you. He said, because I don't agree with the way you're working, the way you're approaching work, and the way you're leading the team. You have two people that look up to you. And they're not going to do what I say. They're going to do what you say.
Well, I also don't agree that you own everything and I owe everything. And
that's not fair. No, I didn't say that. Whoa, I didn't say that I own everything and that you owe everything. That's not fair. I didn't say that. Sorry, go ahead.
I thought it was pretty clear that you feel you own all the Meraki and you own all the data center, and I owe all the Microsoft. And if I don't bend to your will, then I get stuck with everything. And
I'm not
get everything.
I'm not sticking with everything, just so you're aware. And if you want to know what the desired state of separation looks like, we can talk about that too. Either way, we got to collaborate on where we're going to be fighting. If you want to fight, then fine, go that route. I want to be fair.
Okay, what does fair look like to you?
Which capacity? Separation or collaboration?
Either both. I mean,
I don't have all the answers right now.
You talk about, all this value that Icora's going to have, and there's millions of dollars, and how everybody's going to benefit. And
if we do it big, if I'm a solo consultant, then no. Like, I want a team. I want us to grow our team. I want to bring in more account managers and technicians. So obviously that's where the millions will come in. That side of things. That's possible collaboration. It's still possible if I go on my own, but I'm going to have years of rebuilding. Just like you're going to have to, find an engineer and do all this other shit, because the fact that you say you need to find an engineer, or don't have. The only thing I said is we have to stick to the standards of the MTP. And here you are giving somebody that's going to sue you if you do one little fucking stupid thing. And horrible leadership and not, yeah. You're wanting to build them what? You're wanting to do what for them? And based off their argument, all their servers were supposed to be like not in our servers or whatever.
I told you that in March.
Which is why I built you a lab environment for us. Like we can hash that out again if you want. But I can show you right now in the objective document I have for KDK. I documented our sessions with you where I said, hey, get the lab going so we can build out there, like, don't put that on me. That will, Jay. When are you going to be accountable? Take responsibility for these things.
See, that's the fact. I don't have a fucking engineer. If I had an engineer, I wouldn't have to do all that.
Well, you're asking your engineer to break the policies and rules to keep our health and
engineer to do what the client asked for, to put their environment in Azure.
So if the client said, hey, go blow up all your shit and hack it and delete everybody's shit, we're going to do that too? What I'm saying is the client wants that, great, let's get it done.
The client specifically asked not to be.
Yep, and I'm not the account manager. You could have went to Azure, you could have found an engineer. I was willing to do it, but it had to be done.
It had to be done. $6,000 to $8,000 a month to iCore to be that engineer, and we don't get the services that we need. We get the services that you want to provide.
You were not being real with your account manager or your gatekeeper.
We get the services that you want to provide. $7 a month to iCore.
And I'm not the account manager. You could have went to Azure, you could have found an engineer. I was willing to do it, but it had to be done.
It had to be done. $6,000 to $8,000 a month to iCore to be that engineer, and we don't get the services that we need. We get the services that you want to provide.
You were not being real with your account manager or your gatekeeper. Yeah. And I was doing things, and I wanted meetings. I wanted to tell them what we were doing and how we were building things out. And I told you not to give them a global admin account because it would fuck us up.
And I put you in front of them, and they thought you were a raving lunatic.
And yet they keep all their fucking shit here. I love it. And you know what? I don't know what to tell you, Jay. Jay, all I'm saying is iCore stance is that we built, when we got the initiative, when we got the objective to build out their shit in Azure, I told their account manager that the MTP is not prepped for that yet, but here's what we'll do. We'll drop what we're doing right now, build you a lab environment, as long as you get in there and get it set up, so that way we can test it out, and then we'll give it to KDK. We out on that objective.
We don't even have credentials to get into it.
You are not a global admin at Cincy PCS? Let me take a look here. You don't have access to go to portal.azure.com and log in? I don't believe that.
They don't even know what my credentials would be or what the address to get there would be.
And you're saying that I wouldn't give that to you if you asked me for it?
What would I do even if I had it?
Well, you're making it sound like there's a different, like, I'm here to drive. I've sat down with Alan and told him that this will.
Yeah. What you doing?
Out with the basketball team.
Oh, I was just wanted to talk. I wanted to do some bullshit talk. It's not really directly related to Wegman. But yeah, I was hoping you were kind of chilling at home, chilling. But we can talk another time.
All right.
All right, man. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Installing Power Automate for desktop.
All right, we're back in action.
Hey, man. It works.
It does. I talked about
So
enough
you just
about.
hanging out alone?
Yeah, it's just me and my son right now. My wife is at one of the kids' wrestling matches, which I just got too much stuff to get done today, and yeah, it's an all day event. So
Yeah.
and she's with. I don't want to go hang out with the in laws today. I'm good. But no, we're just sitting here. Once she gets home, we're going to go to Skyline, grab some stuff at the grocery store, and then I'm going to make us a dinner tonight. But that's our plans for the day essentially. Tomorrow's football day. We're doing a beef stew in the crock pot, and we're just going to be hanging out at home in our sweats and watching football and kicking back.
I agree. I had Skyline for lunch yesterday, so I hear that.
I could eat Skyline. I don't know what it is, but that place, I could eat cheese conies twice a day, every day, and not complain. Or Chipotle, or Panda Express. There's so many I love, but yeah.
I hear you.
Let's not talk about food right now. I'll get hungry.
So let's talk about Substack.
Yeah, let's hear about your Substack.
Basically, it's just a place. I follow a couple people on there, and I subscribe to one of them. So it's a way to kind of monetize a newsletter. So you can publish things to Substack, and it can just be free, and people can follow you, or they can pay for like exclusive content, stuff like that. It's just Substack.com.
I thought you were talking about a Substack to your. Like, I have a tech stack, but I need a Substack for this other project or something. I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay, so I'm learning, but keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, I follow a couple of people. One guy just posts things for free, and then you can, have people subscribe, and they can get more exclusive content. You can publish free stuff just to get people interested, and then have them subscribe. But I also saw where some people are using it as a way to it's like a payment portal to other stuff. So if you wanted to offer access to monthly meetings with your tech creatives, you could say, here's newsletters I'm publishing, but if you subscribe for $60 a month or whatever, you get access to these monthly meetings, So it's a way for you to get, it's like a payment portal, for something else. And since people already have Substack, they don't have to go to Venmo and sign up and send you money, and then you have to let them into a meeting and kind of work it through your Substack communication. I liked that idea. I thought that was interesting because I don't know that people pay for my writing, but if you had something else you were offering, you wanted to use that as a way to pay for it or something, or you can obviously link them out to other things you do offer. If you have a book you're selling or, presets or whatever, you could link it out to that stuff. It also supports podcasts too, which is something, maybe in the future I might mess around with, but, it supports as a platform to store your podcast or put out videos. So it just looks kind of interesting. There's another one called Beehive that's
I've heard
really
of Beehive.
nice, but it's newer and not as well known as Substack. But yeah, Beehive was pretty cool too. It was very I liked the way it drove, and then it also allowed you to have two different profiles, personalities, because one of mine would definitely be the AI stuff, and then I thought of another one where, I'm just talking about, kind of landing the plane, how to gracefully kind of wind down, business or move to the next phase or transition. So,
yeah,
I thought Beehive can be good because it allows you to create a couple different profiles without charging you more.
Yeah, so I think about, for me, like I know you have a desire state of some form, right? And I'm sure you're happy with your current state to some degree, but we all, especially if you're grinding towards something or doing something, there's either interest there or there's a desire to get to a desired state. And I don't know what your desired state is for 20 years from now, let's say. Because whatever that is, if you think about that, where you want to be 10, 20 years from now, and you really design that in a way that is, something that you're actually wanting to work towards, you can start doing things today to help you get towards that thing with your current situation. Okay, what's my desired state of today?
Oh yeah.
Is that taking me further away from where I'm wanting to be? And all I'm trying to get at is like, what is it that you like? Because all these are, it's just like any other tool, helping you meet your objectives and helping you get to your desired state. Where do you want to be in 10 years, and what are you doing today with all this to help you get there? Like, what's the drive? What's the mission? What's Terry's mission?
Yeah. I think for me, it's the full on transition to AI, you know, and being able to do that full time, sit here at this computer and do my work. I envision that, you know, in 5 to 10 years, I don't envision having a studio. I might have a small space. You know, a year ago, I thought I would have a small space and a computer and do the stuff in that area. And I'm starting to think now I may not even need the small space. I may just need the computer set up. So I think in 5 to 10 years, I will no longer have a studio, and I'll be doing the AI, you know, full time. And then I'll be able to do that from anywhere as well.
The studio right now, like, when you say studio, I get all excited because in my head I picture a studio that I would think of a studio, and I see the work that you're doing. I'm curious, like, is your studio like really dope? Does it have all this technology? If you walked in here, like would I be like a kid in a candy store, like somebody that's really like excited about photography? They haven't lived in it yet. They don't know if they like it yet or not, but they're excited about it. When they walked into your studio, where they go, "Oh my God, this is so awesome!" Where they go in there and be like, "Oh well, if this is what it is, I don't know if I'm that excited about." Like, how do you feel like your studio is? Is it like huge and all this stuff? Like, I have no idea what your studio is like.
It used to be 13,000 square feet. I've leased off some of it, so now I'm down to 6,000 square feet. So yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know about the tech, you know, but certainly the space is probably one of the best spaces in the city. I don't think there's
where's the space at?
Much else out there.
Yeah, we're like compared to like that Riverside or whatever the heck it's called. Like it's bigger and better than that set up there. You feel?
I do. Yeah. I mean, that's set up for more people, but mine is set up around just one person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if I have any photos.
Well, where's it located? I want to see where it's at on the map.
On Central Parkway.
Central Parkway.
Yeah, 3344 Central Parkway. I thought I had studio shots somewhere. Let's see. Nope, not there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that it'd show you anything inside. Online, I'm going to show you the outside of the building.
Yeah, I know I won't be able to see the inside, but I do want to see where. I just want to see where it's located because I'm downtown a lot. I ride my one wheel. At least last year, I rode my one wheel in the city a lot more than I normally do. Do you know what a one wheel is by chance?
I got an idea. It's probably the board with the wheel in the center, and you kind of stand on it sideways.
Yep, it's like to me, it's like a snowboard on land. Like I skateboarded a lot when I was a kid, and I always wanted a snowboard, but you know, being poor and living up in flat, you know, Midwest Ohio, it was So like getting this thing at the age of like I think I was 42 when I finally got it. I used to weigh 320 pounds. I dropped 90 pounds, then put back on 15. So and I've been hovering here ever since. But I'd lost the weight. That one wheel's what like got me motivated enough to lose the weight to get one of these because I really wanted it. And once I got it, because I shredded on it every day, like the pounds just went away. But I definitely drive. I like I'm through the city a lot, and I got my camera with me. I like to ride around and check shit out, and I'm just wondering if maybe I've actually like drove past there before.
Yeah. Well, here I can show you. You're looking it up. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go for it.
See if I can share this window. Share. Window. Oh, I have way too many windows open. Let's see if I just click window. Yeah, there we go. So that space I leased out. That was our offices. And that gives you an idea of what it's like.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah. That's
now leased out because we weren't using all of that. So I'm just using the office up front, but that's the office space we built out in the back.
So where do you actually shoot at? Is this where you would actually bring, like, this isn't where you'd have your
No.
gear and stuff, right? Is there another room with that
No.
stuff?
Yeah, so let me see if I can find another image, because this would have been all. Yeah, this was all the space I leased out. So all that office, and then this space was where I had props, and that's now leased out.
Oh
Yes,
my
we built
God,
custom
yes,
back here.
yes, and yeah, look at that.
So
Music videos, movie scenes, building sets. You could do
Oh, yeah.
all that in there.
we could do all kinds of stuff in there. Yeah.
And you
Um,
own this building.
Yes.
So here's what I would say. Like just this is my crazy head. Like, you don't think there's creators around here that would love to have a space to be able to shoot and do things, especially if you already have like gear there to some degree? Like, I'm looking for a home for, I have like so many key lights and stuff. Like, I got it all at Wegman right now in their warehouse. Like, setting up the studio to be like a ready to go, and having a place for like content creators come in there weekly to set up to do a podcast if they want a place to go, that it's set up, they can go live and do. Like, I want to collaborate with people. I'm going to have so much going on. I just want, okay, so let's get a photographer group together. Let's make sure we have a great resource for them. And yeah, you're the one that's controlling the main, like one of the biggest, best groups here in Cincinnati. Like, bringing that group to your studio to meet and do stuff. I don't know if that's out of your wheelhouse or if that's not something that's desirable for you, but that's where my head goes. I always look at something and go, what could this be? And if it was like the bee's knees, the most awesome like spot for this thing, whatever it is that we're doing, how do we make it super dope? How do I produce this to be super cool and get attention? And to me, that's the number one most valuable resource today. With all the noise going on, especially with AI coming here, it's just going to flood things. Even like, you think it's noisy now, people. My God, it's going to get messier and muddier, and you're going to pick up your phone to go find one thing, and you're going to have 50 things get in your way before you get to your one thing, just because of everybody's trying to get attention. So how do we get rid of that noise and stay focused on what we do? Like, yeah, it's a crazy world, but no, like, what are your future? What's 5-10 years for this space? It's gorgeous. And where I'm stop sharing my screen. Let me show me where.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
share mine.
share
again
yours
real
first.
quick.
Let me see.
Because this is what that big room used to look like before I cleaned it out. That was the prop room. So we sold all of that stuff, and then that room became open, and then that's what became the space we leased out.
That's awesome.
So, and then there's one other thing I think I can show. I don't have a good shot of the studio itself.
Because you never really had like you wasn't trying to bring attention to it. You weren't like trying to show it off and like
Right.
yeah.
Right. And what you're talking about would not be something I would do, because I don't play well with others, and I like my space as it is, and I don't even.
That's why I was
rent out
asking.
to other people to
That's
come
why I
in
was
and use
asking.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's like the client area. So if you know Keith Neltner, I don't know if you know him, he's an artist in town. He painted this wall for me because the original building, the building I own is 13,000 square feet, but it's been added on to over and over again. So the original building was probably 5,000 square feet. In the 1940s was the Ellsworth Drive-In Restaurant and Ice Cream Parlor. And so Keith came in and did this whole mural about like what that was like in 1940 or something. But this is in a different spot in the building where the clients hang out. So you kind of see the table to the right.
Yep.
That's where clients hang out and work, and then this wall behind them.
That's really cool. And it's such a great like you should be like doing a daily, like a weekly show from there, with that being the back, like that's super, like you would get so much attention. Like, that's the kind of stuff I like to do, is help inspire and bring ideas to life and make shit happen. Like, I would love to see you. Who's that old dirty man? There's an old dirty man in the UK that does portraits of women. What's his name? I can't think of it right now, but he has his own studio, and he has this gorgeous assistant that's like a model for him whenever he needs it. And they have these incredible women coming in constantly, and he's like using Hasselblad, and like he's just super I don't know, but just seeing the way he uses this space and how they have a show and how it's drawn attention to them and brought them so much work. But again, I don't know what you're doing. You're listening to you talk. You're like, screw this space. I can sit right here in my sweats and get all the shit done right here with this amazing screen. Which
yeah.
That to me, I mean it's all about you and what you're doing, right? So like, but if you're doing the Substack thing or the Beehive thing, like, what is the mission? What are you trying to do? Is that in your space as well?
I'm sorry, that's the kitchen. So the studio is through that, kind of behind the faucet, into that area is where the studio's at. But this is the kitchen space.
Yeah. Dude, that's gorgeous.
So
I would probably move in there and live there if it was me.
I did for about 6 weeks once. Just we were between houses, so we had no place to be. So we lived there for about 6 weeks.
You sold the house and didn't quite have a house to move into yet, and just needed a place to chill.
Yeah.
We're thinking about selling this place. We got 4 floors, and we had 6 kids when we first got here 8 years ago. But now that all the kids are like, one of them's out of the house already, the other 2 are in high school, and then we're just ready to get rid of all of it.
But anyway, what were you saying? You were asking me something about. I was going to answer you about
Substack.
What the Substack was for. So really, it's just because I'm looking for a place. Somebody else was telling me, well, Kendra, or it's not Kendra.
Yeah, Kendra.
Since the AI was telling me, she's like, you're already publishing stuff on LinkedIn. You should put it on Substack and get paid for it, and plus it'll spread your reach and you'll get all these people. So I'm like, oh, maybe I should put something out there. And then thinking about, I was writing a post today about, the AI, kind of how chat looks for stuff versus how Google looks for stuff. We were just talking about that, how Google searches. So I think like spreading my footprint out is probably a good thing. So I have more places for people to find me. I know I had a client find me on a YouTube thing I did for AI. I was like a guest on a podcast, and that's where they first found me and became aware of my work, and they reached out about a photography job. So it's like, okay, this is interesting. So I'm just thinking if I can spread it out and not have to do too much work. I don't want to be just full-time content creator, but if I can spread it out a little bit and put things in different places, maybe it makes sense. And then if that is going towards the day when everybody is using chat to search instead of Google, I want to probably be in as many places as I can be with decent content at least.
Yeah, and that's that creative tech thing I was talking about. What you're trying to do is, and how do we have a community of people like you that want to, like Kendra, like she's a creative tech. Like I would love to see, and you couldn't have a meeting with all creative techs, because I think all of us are creative tech. Anybody that's into tech and wanting to, resemble something that what you're doing or what Kendra's doing or what I'm doing with IT, or somebody that's wanting to maybe not be an entrepreneur or a solopreneur, but somebody that wants to build and be a leader and grind and make shit happen. There's going to be different levels of those as far as skill sets go, right?
Right.
You wouldn't have somebody that's just starting off, that's in their mid-20s or something, sitting at the same table with Terry, Kendra, and some of these people that in our community. You need to have these different tiers. So, that's why I built 4 tiers: the free entry level, then the beginner, then the intermediate, and then the expert or something. I can't remember what the 4 are called. I got it all documented as I'm building out this platform. But for you to get outreach, you should have your own podcast. Kendra has her own podcast. Everybody has, and it should be something that you're doing on a routine basis, whether it's, quarterly, monthly, however much time, whatever you get your consistency going. Because in today's age of 2025, the reason why I even bought a camera in 2019 to start Rigid 6, and after that, I've spent over $200,000 on just this Rigid 6 thing, the studio thing on its own. I'm like, how do we do what we're trying to do? This is what it was. I was told in 2019 that video is where it is. If you're not doing video creation, and if you're not doing content, if you're not putting yourself out there, you're going to fall by the wayside, because that's where things are going. If you want to be relevant, you want to get business, you got to be seen and heard. Videos where it's at. So I went and bought a camera, and I'm not even really doing anything now. My YouTube channel, check this shit out. Did I show you my YouTube channel last time we talked?
Yeah.
This is. Don't laugh at the views because I'm purposely not trying to get views because it's horrible. In my head, it's horrible. Let's go here. Let's go to your channel. So these are all my live streams that I've done last year. I started in March. I did 34. And it was once a week. I said I'm going to do this once a week. Rain, shine, whether I'm prepared or not. I'm going to get on for 1 hour at 1 o'clock on Saturdays. That's what that meeting was that was on my calendar earlier. And I'm going to do this video. And I did it all the way up until November. And in November, I won full custody of my son. And then this whole court thing happened with one of my partner's clients that now we're sued. And now I got tens of thousands of dollars to fight this court battle. It's like, so I said, you know what? We're putting a pause on this right now because iCore is my IT company. That's the main concern. And with everything going on, getting my son full time, I gotta lower the aspirations a bit and focus on family. So I dropped it off. But in March, I'm telling myself I'm picking this back up to do another run. And I might even go back and start off at the very beginning, because the very first one was like, Creative Tech Saturday Sessions is what is the name of it. And after that, I said, okay, they're all going to be sessions. So you'll see the naming scheme gets consistent. And like, I want to show you how I was able to do it consistently weekly. First of all, do you think you need to do something where you're putting yourself out there on a regular basis? Yes or no?
Yes.
What could you commit to on a regular basis? Would it be annually, one a year, biannually, twice a year, quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily? Where are you? Where would you commit 1 hour, and how often?
Well, I mean, what are we talking about? Like a podcast? Where would you do a podcast?
You're going to take 1 hour, 1 hour to sit down and go and make something, whether it's a 15-minute video, a live stream, whatever it is, weekly, monthly. What would you?
Probably.
You don't.
Is where I feel comfortable, because I'm already sending mailers once a month, so I have to prepare that for my regular client list. Now, if I start to take on the Substack, I don't know how I'm going to do that.
What's your
email? Podcast on top of it.
Yeah, what's your email?
Terry at TerryStudios.com.
Well, what I'm saying is what's your newsletter? Like, what do you say in your newsletter?
Well, the newsletter, I send a monthly thing with just, here, I can share
show me
this.
one.
Because I just sent one a couple days ago.
I am not even sharing my screen. I wasn't even sharing my screen when I was pulling up my. I need to show you my YouTube channel.
You were just talking.
No, I'll show it to you here in a minute. But no, I want to see your thing.
Let's see if I can share this.
I looked over to see your screen, and I see I'm still pulling up the share part.
There you go. So that's the kind of emails I'm sending once a month.
Okay.
Just, photo. It's photography driven, so it's usually a photo. It might have an AI component, but it's a photo, image, and then some text with it. So I'm doing that once a month, and then I'm trying to think of, okay, what else do I want to do, with the Substack, and then that might dive a little deeper into my thoughts on AI, and then a podcast. I don't even know where I would go with that yet.
Here's how I'd frame it.
It's hard to imagine.
This is where my crazy brain goes when you just showed me that. And you want to keep the photography and the AI separate, or are you willing to allow those to merge
together? Yeah, together.
So what I would suggest, this once a month, because you are putting time into building this newsletter out once a month, and whether it's 10 minutes or whether it's an hour, I don't know how long it takes you. But what is your process of, like, what's the theme? Like, what are you saying in this month? Do you know what you're saying next month? Do you pull from how are you pulling the information to make sure that newsletter has a story as it's going? Is it consistent, or do you feel like it's a little bit fragmented and it's just getting it done is what's important?
Well, we're just at the beginning of that. So right now it was just, I got inspired yesterday with something I saw to write a post that seemed a little more long form, and I thought this might be a really good start to my Substack. So it's really, I don't have a plan. I don't have it mapped out where it's going to go.
That's where I
just know that it'll focus on deeper dives with AI.
So what I would suggest is as you're building out your newsletter, it should be a theme, and once a month you're going to post this newsletter, and tied with it comes the beehive thing. So you're making the one content, and what I do is like I'll make a post for Facebook. It's about this topic, but when I talk about it to Facebook, it has a persona of, this is grandma could be watching. When I put it on LinkedIn, it's okay. This could be a potential buyer or a prospect. So it's the same topic in the same thing, but I'm saying it differently because this is different. So I would take your newsletter and make sure that you have a theme tied to this, and just add Substack to it. So what you're going to do is you're going to have that same newsletter, and we can have an AI easily give you, hey, here's how we train it for the audience for this side. Here's how we train it for the audience for Substack. And now we're going to take the same body and now we're going to have our email and our Substack post. Now we just did two things at once, and really, and that's how I make sure that as we're working and as you're doing things. And I got this great image. I wonder if I have it easily able to pull up. I'm not even going to look for it right now. I have this image that has I found it somebody, it's really crazy. It says your issues are your that's your content, your daily work, that's your it mapped things out. But basically the concept of it is as you're working, you should be generating your content. It shouldn't be something you have to stop and pull aside and do all this extra stuff. So here's my model for my session show that I did here. Let me show you this real quick. So this is my show. I started it off, 10 months ago. Yeah, 10 months ago was the first episode. And I started going up, and then you'll see, now he has thumbnails. So I started doing thumbnails at one point, and this day I didn't have a thumbnail. But because of the nature of how I was doing, it was like, rain or shine, doesn't matter if you're prepared or ill prepared, you're going to do this weekly. So I stuck to the script to show I can be consistent. And you can see where I screw up just by looking at the pattern of my work. And these last two here, this month was real crazy. This is why I kind of pulled off 3 months ago, because I was even getting to the point where I wasn't doing the thumbnail and it was starting to fall down. And I was like, you know what, we're pausing this. We'll pick it back up next year. Now, the way I manage all this, and I would love to see you have something similar. And this is what I do. But that SharePoint page I showed you with that list of people in it earlier. Let me get back to it here. Creative Tech. So this is my database I created. And then I was like, I need to track my shows. So I created this list here. And this is the very first episode here at the bottom. This is episode 1. And you can see, let me auto fit this. That way it's get down here to the bottom. So Saturday I had no agenda. I had a few guests on the show that day, but it was basically winging it. Hey, I want to do this thing. We're going to start doing it. It'll develop itself as we go. We'll improve it as we go. So had guests for a few shows here, and then guests stopped coming. They were like, hey, we're really busy. We're trying to do this weekly thing with you. It didn't work. It's not working out for them. I'm going to keep going. So the eclipse are coming up. I was like, you know what? It's just me. I'm not putting a detail. Like when I do the live stream, there's no content in the description for the video. So I started doing, I would write out this format, and it stayed the same format. One focus with 3 topics every episode. And that went really well. Then I was like, you know what? I need to start adding thumbnails to it. So you start seeing here on episode 11, there's my first thumbnail. 12. So as I do things here, I added some stuff. I added the 3 steps. Join the tribe by going to creativetech.ai. You go to align.creativetech to fill out the form, and they get your free session by booking your time with me by going to sessions.creativetech.com. So I just kept on improving it as I went. And by the end of the year, basically, you can see I had these shows prepared where I could start putting in a focus and start putting in the topics and write the bodies out. I was going to, but I got too busy and fell apart. But the last episode I had was anchors. And I believe I even did anchors at the studio, if I'm not mistaken. No. Life. That was not at the studio. Which one was at the studio? One of these was at the studio. I want to show you the studio space here. I have it in. There it is. This was a bad episode because I was a hot mess.
I definitely am.
But this is the studio at Wegman downtown.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I guess I don't. I thought, yeah, there's a side shot. So I have a whiteboard pulled up. I forgot to turn the music off halfway through this. So here I'm talking. It's cutting my voice out as I'm going. Horrible. Just horrible. So, like, anyway, all learning last year. That's why I didn't want any views. I didn't care if people were watching or not. I put all this time into this thing, 33 hours, and not including the hour and a half to 2 hours before the show to write the script and thumbnail and all that other stuff. So about 3 hours a week, times 30. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but it was to prove that I can do it. It was to prove and show people that if you start with 1 hour a week or 1 hour a month or quarter, whatever it is, and you just do a little improvement as you go, you keep building on that, especially if you have a feedback loop, someone to reach out to and say, hey, how am I doing, to help keep you motivated. So what I'm trying to get at here is I would love for you to be a creative tech, and I would love to help you be consistent and to have a plan and a framework and a place to work from to keep it consistent and to allow you to, just, it's all about making sure you have plenty of time for you and doing what you want to do. Like, I'm assuming you get to play on your computer a lot, and you probably don't have a lot of, like, I don't know what all your interests are, what your hobbies are, how much you step away. Like, I'm in the studio a lot down here, trying to spend more time up there. But yeah, it's just, I love doing this shit. This is what I love doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be in the studio all the time, and now I'm at this computer all the time. So, yeah, I'm not a lot of other hobbies.
But you're not consuming, right? I mean, there's some consumption to it, but what I say is you're creating. You're making, you're creating, you're intaking, you're learning. So it's a positive thing for me. But yeah, I'm just curious as to how consistent you want to be with it, how serious you are about it, and is this anal to you? Like, what's your thoughts on what I just showed you?
Yeah, I just don't know yet exactly where I'm going. I think I'm trying to build up one thing at a time, figure out where I want it to be. I mean, even the mailing list has been something I haven't been always consistent with, with the promotions, sending those out. But I just feel like I want to start transitioning into something else, and so I'm really focused on doing that right now and seeing what I can stir up, where it can go, with the AI. That's, part of my discussion with the Cincy AI was, talking about like I think there's other opportunities, other things I could be doing. So I want to get that out there and keep just moving that direction. And this year feels like the year where I'm gonna be consistent enough to make some of those things happen.
Yep. And consistency is key to me. That's why, like, whatever it is that you do decide to do, however you can make sure that you have a framework. Like, for me, I love the framework I have, even the 3-year tech plan that I have, where it helps me in other areas too, like with the studio. I know right now that I'm not buying any more gear. I'm not upgrading any more gear unless there's something I really need. Like the Eclipse came up, and I was like, man, the best lens I have is a 70-200, and that's not the resolution because I'd have to zoom in, crop. Even with my A1 or my A7R5, that's still, even with 62 megapixels, I'm still going to be cropping in, and it's not going to look that great. I need a better lens for this job. I had a teleconverter, a 1.4 teleconverter, but you're going to lose a few stops, but you're doing the sun, so it doesn't really matter. Still, it wasn't enough reach. So I was like, what if I got a 200-600? That's, 5.6 aperture. Put the 1.4 converter on there. Now it's like an 8 something or whatever it turns out to be. And I'm like, I could still, I bet you that would work out. And I did. I ordered a 200-600. I already had the teleconverter. I had to get a solar filter for the lens. And by God, I got me some incredible shots. So I didn't buy that gear because, I just felt like it. There was something that came up and I really wanted to make sure I captured it. I probably could have rented the lens and been happier, but I guess I have the gear acquisition sitting
I hear that.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
No, I want to see this Substack thing take off. I want to see how that goes, and I think it's something that I may end up doing in March when I pick back up. I'm gonna want to have like the very first guest I want to have is Joe Sunderman. When I worked at Fifth Third Bank when I was this was back in 2008. I got an email from leadership saying, "Hey, we got a new hire and they have the same name as you, and we'd like to give them the email address you have. Do you mind putting your middle initial in your email address so we can give him?" I'm like, screw that guy. Make him have the N in his thing. And because of Fifth Third being the way they are, they said okay, because they were on this big change from being red and black and having this really bad feel about them. They were just transitioning to the blue and green and doing all this diversity stuff and trying to reshape their image. So they were like, yeah, we'll play nice. But I thought it was funny because I connected with the guy. Because I made a joke to him. I emailed him. I said, "Hey, I'm glad you got your own damn email. Back off, just playing with the guy, just to test to see how he was." And he was playful. He came back to me. He's like, "Hey, no problem." Well, we connected on LinkedIn, and this was 2008. So like, fast forward, damn near 15 years. He puts on LinkedIn saying he's looking for a job, and I'm like, I reach out to him like, "Hey, man, like I know we never really officially like chatted or hung out, but I'd love to chat." And this was in the middle of me doing my show thing. And he came on and we chatted, and I actually helped him make a decision on going out on his own. He's doing okay right now, which is really cool. And I really thought that was super awesome. So when I start up the show this year I'm going to have guests on, not people trying to do it with me, but just bring on someone to sit there and have a conversation about what I do. And I was like, "Hey man, how do you feel about being one of my first guests on the show?" I think it would be really cool to have you on as the first guest. I'm interviewing Joe Sunderman. I think that would be funny. He said, "Yeah, man, let's make it happen." So he's going to be my first one. But yeah, it's just
that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, nobody's going to understand that. Nobody's going to know that until if I was famous and rich, maybe everybody think it's cool. But yeah, I would love for people in Cincinnati to help make this creative tech thing a thing, like at least especially our little tech community with the AI people and all the creatives that we have. Like Helen's super creative from my understanding. Everybody that's part of this group I feel is creative. The Luxottica guy, he's creative. Yeah, I'm just super excited about it. And now, do you know who I'm drawing a blank on Kim Amlung is?
No.
I've
heard that.
And she's a photographer here in Cincinnati, but she works for P&G. And she does like
that's shocking. I didn't think they had any photographers anymore.
Well, she's not a photographer for them. What she does is research, product research and development. So she like travels around to like different states to meet families and ask them about what they think about their laundry detergent and shit, like in their home. So like she's not doing photography.
Yeah.
She does photography on the side, and I really wanted her to help out with what I'm doing. But she seems really like her son has a lot of heart issues, so she's really, that's got to be hard, and she really can't be consistent because of that. Then she has a full-time job. She says she wants to leave her full-time job and do this, but I'm like, it's a lot of work. If you want to work with me, help me build the studio out, I'd love that. So, but she seems really busy, and I even said, "Hey, let's do headshots one day at the studio." I said, "Let's do them for free." She's like, "No, we charge $500 a pop." I'm like, we can say we charge $500 a pop and we give them off for free. That's going to bring a lot of people to us. And we give them a limited package for free. If they want the full package, that's when we sell it. So I'm just trying to draw attention. She couldn't get the concept of what I was trying to do. She just saw us throwing out free work. And I'm like, I got here from doing free work. When I do free work, it shows people my capabilities, and then they come back for more and more and more. And they don't even ask me about my prices because they had a great experience. Like that to me is a better sales model. It's at least it's worked for me. A lot of people just can't see giving away. It makes them feel cheap or something. I'm like, I think that's more of a you thing and how you frame things. So I don't know. But would you be opposed to doing like do you like working with people? I know you said you don't like working with people, and I get that more than you know. That's why I don't like doing service desk anymore. But do you see yourself like being a part of a community, helping out with photography and stuff? Is that something you'd want to do?
I mean, I don't mind, like, I've been asked to be a part of some other things. I don't like doing like recorded sessions, training kind of stuff, things that are recorded forever. Like you're talking about, like, I didn't like the way this turned out, or I started adding something else. My perfectionism just gets in the way of like, I gotta wind it all up from the right at the get go, and then if I'm not happy with the first episode, I want to just delete them instead of, So it's hard for me to do things like that are like training, modular sessions that people have. I don't mind doing workshops, one-off things. I've spoken to a lot of schools. I've been on a podcast. That kind of stuff I'm good with because it's kind of current, whatever. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, nobody's going to find it in a year. Those kind of things are fine for me, but I'm not big on like building out, like I see so many people in this space right now because AI, the big companies really won't pay for somebody like me to create AI images, but they'll pay you to teach them. The teaching part, they're perfectly fine with, and they'll pay a fortune for it. So I see so many people in this community moving into teaching, having books, having, training sessions, having stuff, because it's the place to make money right now.
That's right now. Education is the number one biggest growing industry in the world globally.
Yeah.
And it's not in the, education sector with like public schooling and stuff. This is professional leadership training and things of that nature. It's the number one biggest growing. That's why that's all iCora does. We empower. We don't want to be an IT service. Like we do provide IT services, but that's not what I just want you to use good technology, and I want to show you how to use it and see you guys doing awesome and saying, oh, I helped this come to life. It's not me. It's you. Like I'm a producer. You're the band. Let's get you some real gear and make you go, get you some props and make you wear a uniform if need be, depending on the music you're playing. And let's make you look dope and make you the biggest, baddest, whatever it is for people to come and watch your show. So like the Substack thing you're doing, all this, like for me, it's got to be going towards something. Like, what's our mission? What are we trying to do? Is it just about me and what I'm trying to do? Because people will get behind what you're doing if they can see themselves in your story. If they can see themselves being a part of it, or they can see if they can relate to it somehow, and they want to see that next newsletter. They want to, click on something that's going to help you get further. Like, how do we make that happen? And for me, it's all about empowering others. It is training. It is education. It's sitting down like this, having sessions with somebody. I know that if I build out this creative tech platform, with you being at where you are with the level, you could help somebody that would be willing to pay $250 an hour just to sit down with you to have a chat just like this and leave feeling fulfilled. I mean, obviously that call would have to have like, okay, what are you trying to do? How can I, Terry, help you with your photography needs? So that's what I want to do, is I want to build a community, bring people like you and all of us together to help everybody get to their mission, which is whatever their desired state is. I'd like to find a way to help you somehow. Just because hearing you say I want to do this Substack thing, I want to be able to make money and bring more attention to myself. Well, what's the mission? What are we trying to do? Like, let's get started. Let's get to work. Let's document it out. Let's get into AI and see what it says.
Yeah.
That tool you told me about last time, so I don't have to go back and digging through it. I actually went to the website. I don't think I have it pulled up anymore. What was that tool with the AI search in it? It was something, start with the E or something.
The AI search.
I told you I use Bridge right now. You said you bought this software that you can easily.
Excire. EXCIRE. Yeah, that one. EXCIRE, and then add FOTO for photo, Excire photo. Should be able to find it with that.
Yeah, I'm already here. I'm actually going to. I was just going to do the trial, but then I was like, screw it, I'm just going to purchase it. But then I got sidetracked and.
Well, did you say you use Lightroom? Because there's a Lightroom module that you can buy as opposed to just the standalone. I have the standalone because I don't use Lightroom.
You're saying there's a Lightroom Excire photo?
Yeah, it's like a Lightroom module that joins in with it or something. But I don't know what's best because, like I said, I don't use Lightroom at all, so I don't know that.
Lightroom Classic plugins alternative. Topaz Labs. No. XR AI images management software for Mac and PC. Well, I don't see anything specifically talks about Lightroom, but for the cost of this,
Yeah.
it's not that bad at all.
No, it's not.
I'm going to shop now. They got the Pro version was $300. I don't know what this. I guess the Office extension is. I guess if you have multiple users or something. There's here it is.
Yeah.
Adobe Lightroom Classic XR that's for Lightroom Classic, correct? And you know what? Now that I think about it, Lightroom does have AI search built into it now.
Okay.
I think it does. God, I'm afraid to share with you and let you see my horrible work because I am such a noob. Where's Lightroom at here? That's still opening up. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this was just from the other day. Go to all photos. Go to that grid. Yeah, this was the you can see. Yeah, you can see I didn't do too much from the eclipse. Like I didn't do so much last year. I still have a lot of stuff I haven't even put in here yet. I have not met the past few years. I've done a lot, but just going back to then. But yeah, I like it because it's all web accessible. I got it on my phone, my tablet. I'm trying to think. Where's my astrophotography? I wanted to show you the Hawaii shots here. They may be at the very beginning of all this. There we go.
Have you been? Did we talk about South by Southwest? Have you been?
I'm actually working with I'm working with Helen to go as her media person. She's actually getting sponsorships that way. I can go down with them and bring some gear and just walk around and capture her and have her wear a mic and just have her talking to people and just trying to capture as much of that as possible. Yeah, do you have interest in going?
Speaking is Kendra. Helen's speaking, but is Kendra going too as like a speaker or media person?
I don't think Kendra's going.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she can. I think it's just Helen. Yeah.
Okay. I know they were talking about trying to get a contingent from Cincinnati, a group of people going down and
a cohort.
So I was just looking it up the other day, and it sounds pretty cool. I've never been.
If you come, man, I think that would be such an added value for her anyway. I think, and based off what she told me, and this was because I told her, hey, I'm happy to come. Obviously, if it could be a paid gig, great. But I can pay for myself as far as food and drink and stuff. But I would need a way to get down there, a place to stay, and a way back. But if you can make that happen, I'm happy to come. That's what I would need at the minimum. And I know she's looking for sponsorship. So if I could if I got paid for doing this, that would be even bigger, and I'd be so appreciative of it. But that's not what I'm expecting. But I just told her I just want to. I want the experience. I'm a 45-year-old noob. I worked for other businesses and grinded until I got to my 39. That's when I started my own business. Said screw this, I'm going to do my own thing, and I've been doing well. I don't feel worthy of it yet, I guess. That's a me thing. But yeah, this was a trip to Hawaii with my wife, and this was on an A7 III, so a shitty camera. I mean, it's not a shitty camera. It's still full frame. It's still a nice camera, but it's not like, it's not like a Canon R5 or anything. Anyway, this guy that lives there, CJ Kale, he's Hawaii's like one of their main photographers, and he has like he's got the permits and like all the live volcanoes. He gets to go around check all those. I was just going through and I stopped by his studio or his store where he sells his work at this mall in Hawaii on the main island, and like the images in there were just phenomenal. And he was getting them printed on these aluminum signs from San Francisco. Has this Bay Labs, I think it's what it's called. I don't know if you ever heard of Bay Labs, but they're super amazing. And I still have not yet got me a print done from this or any of the works that we've done, but I I went up, I was like, hey, are you the manager of this place? He's like, I'm the owner. This is my work. I was like, dude, this is incredible. Like, I love this. And he's like, well, tonight's a great night to go up to the mountain. I was thinking about going up tonight, taking shots. If you want to come, I'll charge you like $500 and I'll do a workshop with you. We went up there and spent a night. He showed me all this, like, it just for $500. It was the best $500 I ever spent. We went up to the mountain. He had coats in the back of his car. I'm like, why you got coats back here? He's like, you guys are going to need those. I didn't think you'd have any since you guys are coming from the mainland. I was like, yeah, we didn't pack our coats when we came to Hawaii. He's like, you're going to need them up here. I'm like, what? And after that first night, I went up there one night. The wife just slept in. I was like, I'm going up to the mountain. I drove up there by myself one night even, and just the looking at the sky with no light pollution on Mauna Kea towards the top, which is one of the highest points, no light pollution whatsoever. The stars looked like you just reach out and grab them like diamonds. It was freaking unreal. It was. I'm going back. If this not this year, I'm going back next year. I told the wife every 5 years we need to go back. It's been 5 years. So anyway, I'm talking so much about myself.
Beautiful.
I feel so selfish right now.
No, it's all right. That's cool. I like hearing that.
I talk a lot. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Well, I'll let you know what I do about South by Southwest. I think I have till the 30th to get the ticket before the price goes up.
Well, I think she has tickets. Have you reached out to Helen at all?
I briefly, but I don't know if I mentioned the thing or not about because at that point I don't know that I was thinking about going, and then I looked it up. I'm like, this could be pretty good. Let's see. I'm trying to find my sent because I sent something to Helen. There it is. No, I didn't mention that I was thinking about going in the email I sent to her. So, I may write her and see if she has tickets. Because if she has tickets, that'd be awesome.
I know she says she doesn't know how many she's getting.
Yeah.
And I just, all I know is that I'm very grateful for that. She's like, I just stopped by at Cincinnati AI while we were there, and I just walked up to her and said, hey, I know, you said something about you're trying to get a cohort or something to go, and I really can't afford it, but if you can get me down there and back, I'll come and I'll get you as much meat as you can. And she's like, oh, I love that idea. So I'm going to actually start calling and trying to help get sponsors. Do you think you know anybody that would help sponsor this?
Help sponsor Helen there?
Yeah. Because she's doing a bunch of events while she's down there. So if you know anybody that's willing to sponsor it, I think that would really get her excited. Be like, yeah, anything you can do to help, I'm happy to get you tickets and stuff. So instead of putting money towards tickets and doing all this, that might be a better route because it's killing a couple birds with one stone, right?
Yeah. I saw her. She's looking for a sponsor for some activation she's doing too. So
correct. That's she's doing multiple things down there.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an exclusive, and I don't know anybody that would shell out, based off working with Rob with Midwest Con and seeing the city of Cincinnati throw him $75,000 for that. I thought, damn, is that covering everything? He's like, no, that's just one of dozens of sponsors. I'm like, how fucking much money is this thing bringing? What the fuck's going on? And what are you doing with all this money? Because I know you're not putting it into this, because I'm helping you manage this thing, and this isn't costing us no, $250,000. Where's all that money going? How are we accountable for that? Are we accountable? When a sponsor pays you, are you accountable for ensuring that you do X, Y, and Z at all? Obviously I don't know the answers to that, and I didn't ask that directly, that bluntly. But that's where my head was at. There's no way, and if you're pocketing this money, I'm not saying that he's pocketing it to go do whatever he wants with it, but if you're pocketing this money for your business, how are you spending those funds, and how do you break that down? And it's just got me thinking, man, I want to be responsible, and I want to be able to because the shit I was doing for him, I offered to do stuff at a more formal way to get paid, or I can wing it and we can do it, as a volunteer basis, because I just want to learn. And just seeing all the people around him and everybody volunteering, it just doesn't feel, I didn't feel again, I don't know what I don't know, so I don't want to make judgment here, but it didn't feel ethical. It didn't feel responsible. And if we're claiming to be ethical and responsible AI people,
Yeah, I learned a little bit of that when an organization I belong to, and they put on an event and they got sponsors. I'm like, okay, well, that'd be great if we know we got our event space covered and paid for. And if we sell tickets, we can actually make money with this thing. That's awesome. So we got people to speak for free. We got people to help set up and do all that stuff, volunteer. We got things donated. But the big thing that our sponsors wanted was email addresses, and so they really just paid for email addresses. And they put the money up. They had the budget for it. They weren't really looking over our shoulder at like, what are you really doing? How's this event being received by the public? They just, did we get our email addresses? Yeah. Okay. We're good. And so, yeah, it was interesting to me. Like, sponsorship can be pretty lucrative. It's like what do they call it? Campaign funds, You just stash the money and maybe use it, maybe you don't.
Hell, did you go to MidwestCon last year?
No, I did not.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. I want to show you this because when I did MidwestCon, what I did is I set up a booth for them, and I'm just curious of what your thoughts on this booth is that I set up. Because what I wanted, and it started off as a photo booth, but then one of the kids that was helping out with one of the other rooms that was recording some of the activations, he asked if a guy could come over if we could do an interview for him. I'm like, yeah, all I gotta do is flip the cameras to video and throw a mic on the guy. As I was telling him this, I was like, all I gotta do is this, and this. Why am I not doing this already? Holy shit. Hold on, kid. Give me a minute. So I rushed and got it all set up. I even had my iPad laying out. So when people came up to the booth, I would say, hey, do me a favor. In this spreadsheet right here, put your name, your phone number, and your email address. So that way I can make sure you get your documents. I'm going to send you pictures. And mark here whether you want just a photo or if you want video or if you want one or the other or both, or just I set it up so all the person had to do is walk up. They clearly could just make it very clear. Here's your thing, here's your options, you make a choice, I'll do what you say, and you'll be out of here within 3 to 5 minutes. We'll have you done. And it was beautiful. People would walk up, they'd fill out the thing on the iPad. They'd stand behind the tape. I had a little marked off spot. You just stand right there. Now smile, take a picture. All right, now let's go ahead and flip over to video. Put this mic on. All right, want to just give us a shout out. Say whatever you want to say, whatever plugs you want to say. Make it about you and make it about MidwestCon. And go. 3, 2, 1, and you're rolling. They do their little spiel. Mess up maybe. I say, okay, doesn't matter. Just keep going and we'll restart. I'll stop when you're done. And yeah, people just start coming up, start doing person after person. And I had multiple cameras set up too, so we can get multiple angles. So let me find where this was at. Hold on here. It was definitely after this video shoot we did. I don't think I'm sharing yet because I don't want you to see those pictures. That wouldn't be good. Wife would be mad about that. All right, hold on here. No, I know it's here somewhere. MidwestCon was before the Disney trip. Yep. There we go. Now we're getting, that's since the AI week. Oh, it was well after that. Hold on, I know I'm getting close. There we go. Now we're getting to them. Let me share my screen. All right, so is this a video? So this is my booth setup right here.
Oh yeah.
So I had the that was the A cam. Then the B cam was set right here. I guess this was before I had the B. This is before I knew I was doing video, apparently.
Is this in 1819? Is that where that took place?
Yep. So I had a TV set up. I had a monitor right here. So when they stood up to it, had that light on them. So we had the booth set up. And then here's where we had day 2 with I guess I didn't record. But yeah, I had 2 cameras. And then the video we got from I don't know if you saw the video with the mayor from Midwest Con at 1819, but it came out so good. I mean, it came out real good. I didn't edit it. Somebody else edited it, but I was like, holy shit, I've made it. I'm doing it. This is legit. That's how I felt about it anyway. Actually, it's on LinkedIn. I know it's one of my highlighted posts because I shared it when it came out. Let me go to it real quick. There it is. So this is the way the video turned out. I don't know if you get audio through here or not.
Not hearing it.
This is an
Looks good, though.
opportunity to convene the best with respect to emerging technologies like blockchain and artificial intelligence that we know are going to transform not just the economy here in Cincinnati, but the global economy. So excited that once again, University of Cincinnati and Cincinnati are leading the way on these kinds of progressive, innovative, and disruptive technologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So
Oh, nice.
yeah, and I have done a few music videos. I don't know if you've ever done anything like that before. I'm sure you've done something way better than that. But let me show you a couple of the projects that we shot for some clients here. Enemy, The Ledge. This was a fun video shoot. We used the I have a probe lens. I don't know if you know what the probe lens is from whatever they're called. Yeah. This was a fun video shoot. It was freezing. This was in February, and it was like negative 10 degrees outside. And this is an abandoned church, and it wasn't heated, and it was flipping cold. There's those probe shots. But anyway, this band. This was a fun shoot. Trying to think. There's the pages flying. So there's that video. So where I'm going with this is that, and this wasn't all me, by the way. Just like the Midwest Con was on me. I'm not an editor. I could. I don't have the patience, and I'm not. I'm doing all this. I need an editor. Like, I want it edited the way I want it edited. So I got to train somebody. But anyway. This is the level of quality that I'm going for. This is my starting point. I don't want to do all the grind work and get to this point. I want to start here. And it was really hard. So I only had a few projects over the last 3 years to do. This is the last one I want to show you here as far as these go. Music videos, that is. And this is not my forte of music taste, but these ladies were a lot of fun to work with.
He couldn't even put on real pants to break up with me. No, he wore sweatpants.
No, well, the worst part for me, honestly, was that he couldn't even show up. The bare minimum was
I'm
the
saying
bare
we
minimum.
could do better than that. New beginning?
New beginning.
I mean, these women are gorgeous, and they're fun to work with, very talented. And the team we had doing this, like, this is at nighttime. We had a key light out the window, just really good cinematography. I feel like really good shots. Then her part, we wanted all pink. We wanted that flare. I mean, some creative decisions in there. We're all amateurs, right? But it's at least it's at a quality level where I'm happy to show it off. So yeah.
Everyone, Mayor Atsab, Pure
No, not again. Thank you. All right. A lot of growing yet. I mean, it's a journey, man. And then as you go, there's just so much really awesome stuff. I can only imagine the shit you've done. But like, I'm just getting started, man. Like
it's awesome.
I do miss the days of traveling and sleeping on couches and playing shows in front of, band members, girlfriends, and a few friends. Like, we didn't play shows that were huge. But yeah,
What did you play? What instrument?
well, the first band I was in, I played bass. I wanted to play guitar for the band, but they already had guitar players, so I was like, I'll play bass. The next one, I started a band because I got kicked out of that band, which really pissed me off. But I was a control freak and I was an asshole, so I hadn't learned yet that I needed to watch how I talk to people. So I started my own band, and that went pretty well. I played guitar for that band, which was really cool. I got to play what I wanted to play, but that didn't work out. So I dropped out of that band and said, I'm going back to school. I dropped out when I was 17. I've been trying this music thing for 5+ years and working with a bunch of drunk idiots, and it's just not going anywhere. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going for plan B. I'm going to go start an IT company or be an IT professional. I'm going to make a bunch of money, then I'll start my own band and I can pay them. I don't have to deal with you assholes. Yeah, so went to college, and then in 2011, some of my friends were like, they had a band in my hometown, which I just moved back to, and I went to their band practice, and I was listening to them play, and it was just god awful. I knew the people playing. The singer was like not that great, and their songs were very repetitive, and I was just like, you guys, I know you guys are way better than this. Like, well, come on, man, let's do this. I'm like, I'm not, I ain't got time for this. No, you guys, I've played in bands with you before. I know how you act, and I don't trust you. I'm not doing this. So come on, man, let's do it. It's like, okay, if we're going to do this, I'm going to be an asshole. You guys are going to show up to practice. We're not going to be drinking or smoking or doing drugs during the practice. We're going to focus. We'll practice for 2 hours, take a break. And then if you want to party a little bit on the last half of the band practice, fine. But we're going to get solid 2 hours of straight focused work. In our first practice we wrote 2 songs and had them down by the end of practice. And they didn't even want to go drink or smoke a cigarette or do anything because they were so like, this is awesome. And it was actually, after our 5th practice, we had like 6 songs written and we had them down pretty good. I said, hey, let's invite some friends over, just sit down, get some feedback. And their singer that was singing for them at the time, that was too busy to come around, didn't even know I was coming in and practicing with them. He comes to this and is just like, no, go ahead, man. You guys go ahead and play with this guy. I haven't been around. That's cool, man. Maybe I can pick up the song since he doesn't really want to be here, and I can take over. And we played our first song for them, and when we stopped, just looking around the room, nobody was making any noise. They were just looking at us like, what the fuck did you just do? Like, what the hell was that? Like, I was like, was it bad? What? Like, no. What? The singer goes, why aren't you guys doing that when I play with you? What was that? And I'm like, it really fucks with me because I'm trying not to be an asshole or a control freak, but I know that by having my involvement and by directing and driving things, it's not that I'm just doing what I want to do. I'm looking at what everybody else is doing because I want you excited about what we're doing. So I'm paying attention to what's exciting because I want you to be excited while we're playing the song. If I see you enjoying yourself playing this song, I know I'm on the right track. It's not about how it sounds. It's about how much passion and effort we're putting into it as a group. So as a leader, I'm not just focused on what I want. I'm thinking about the desired state of the whole band and how can we do this and people see us genuinely having a blast doing what we're doing. And they were just living it. And that's in essence, that's what I brought to the business community. That's what I'm trying to bring to teams and workforces. That's what I call the modern workforce advantage. How do you build leadership up to understand and recognize these things and to get their workforce jamming out like a real band and throwing down and making amazing product or service or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Or I'm full of shit. I might be full of shit.
I think it's performer.
Having you hear me and just provide feedback and tell me if I'm an idiot because I need to hear that. I'm getting rid of the imposter syndrome. I'm starting to realize that how I talk to people is really important. I don't want to shut people down or make them feel like, even when I was talking to you about your studio space, is it really awesome and have all this stuff, or is it this? Like, how does that make you feel as I'm saying that? I got to be cautious of that and try not to overstep or make it sound like, like maybe you're not happy with the way it was or something like that. These are things that I think about as I'm talking. I have like
Yeah.
fucking 15 voices going on at once while I'm trying to be present here. Like it's crazy. I think I am nuts. I think there is something wrong with me. You know what did it?
Well, I'm gonna.
It was the acid. I think that's what did it. When I was 18, way too much of that.
Yeah.
But no, I should go too. I need to go upstairs. I don't even. The wife might be home, and they're probably up there waiting on me to go get dinner. They're just not saying anything because they hear me talking.
Yeah, I gotta let my dog out. He's on a very strict schedule.
Yeah, what kind of dog you got?
So, he's a mini Australian Shepherd mostly, but he's from the rescue, so we don't know for sure. But he's got a lot of that.
You'd probably be mad at my wife. Even was mad at herself the other day, telling me how we shouldn't have got our dogs from where we got them from. It's so wrong. 'Cause she loves these Cavaliers, but I know he's got a strict schedule. Go that guy out. Hey, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Like I am talking with Helen. We even talked yesterday, and I've emailed her a few times and back and forth. And
Yeah.
I think she texted me earlier. I haven't gotten back to her yet. Like, let me know if there's like. I feel like you know her better than I do, but like if there's anything I can do to help you, like let me know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna send her an email talking about it. I'm gonna tell her we spoke, and you mentioned she might have some passes, and I think I heard her say that too. So, I definitely want to reach out for that before I go and buy it because I'm like 98% there that I'm gonna go. I was looking at hotels last night, so I got an idea of that cost. So,
Hey man, listen, like if you think you could, like if you want to, like even if you thought there was a better chance for you to do better for her in my place, because I'm a fucking noob, dude.
no, I'm not. I don't want to shoot that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I want to make sure everybody, because I know that helping you out now, I'm sure there's gonna be an opportunity. Like I just want everybody to help each other out, empower each other. And I'm just trying to show everybody who I am and where I am, and hopefully people reach out to me when they need something they think of me. So
Right. No, I think you should keep leaning on that. See if it works out for you to go and you do that sort of thing. That'd be awesome for her. I think for me, it's a good time with where I'm at with my transition, and I think it's still me up some new ideas. So that's why I want to go and just experience it.
well, I would love to have you on board just because I know you'd be a great resource while we're gone, and I know you'd want to help make it awesome. And if I had a question that you could help with, I know you would be willing to help. So, yeah, if you could come, that would be dope. I would love it.
All right, man, cool. Well, have enjoyed the rest of your weekend. Football tomorrow, and then one more after that, and then we're done.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Thank you, Terry.
talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Have a good one. What? Okay. I don't have a car, Bubba. If you want to go ahead and make something, you can go make something. We'll just not do Skyline.
Well, I'll just make a sandwich and mac and cheese now.
Well, you just had mac and cheese last night. I don't think you need to have mac and cheese back to back to back to back. That's not happening. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I've been at it all fucking morning. I'm gonna go make me some food. I'm gonna pig out. I'm going upstairs, and here I am still fucking streaming, aren't I? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, bastards. Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Peace.